Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Happy Thursday, I want to say. Thursday? Yeah, happy Thursday. Welcome. VOD review stream today. Just going to attempt to do some form of learning. My initial thoughts was we're going to start with Korea, because obviously the Asia playoffs are happening starting tomorrow morning. So I thought it makes sense to look at those teams involved in that. And then maybe, depending on how we're doing for time, can take a look at some of the EMEA and North America games as well. If not, maybe can do some more of those next week or something as well. My schedule is pretty... We've only got the Asia playoffs this week, but my schedule is pretty packed because my friends are coming over. And we're going suit shopping as well. So it's going to be a very busy weekend for me, even though we're only streaming one region. Yeah, friends, yeah. My best man and my groomsman. We're going to have to go get some suits. So, I think we just crack right into it, really. Where am I going? Here. So, database, this is, for those of you who haven't seen, this is my comp database. All the comps, all the teams. For the Asia playoffs, I kind of cheated a little bit because I've not done EMEA in North America yet. I'll finish those tonight, maybe, after the stream. But for the Asia playoffs, I only did the Korea versus Korea games because if we're being honest, do the comps that the other teams that they ran against for Pacific and Japanese teams, do they mean anything? I think not. So I think the big thing to try and get to the bottom of, like I'm conducting some kind of real investigation, but just a bit of a feel for what the version of the Korean meta is, how they're playing it, what's important. I guess what's also interesting is we saw two very distinct sets of comps, right? We saw Falcons and ZETA vision. Basically, you get stuck in quite a lot of Zarya mirror for the most part, really. Whereas in Way Crazy Raccoon, we saw them just play a ball mirror for 90%. Like, you can see it here, right? It's 90% a ball mirror, which in many ways feels like a hot take against Crazy Raccoon. So I'm probably not going to watch any of the Crazy Raccoon. You thought you were the best men? Afraid not. Already spoken for. You know, so when I was watching this at the time, I really felt like it's got to be a hot take from Way to take Crazy Raccoon on in a ball Tracer Sombra mirror. Just feels like when I look at those two rosters, we have to be completely cooked to think that's our approach through all of this. And I think as well what will happen when these two teams face these two teams, we're not going to see a Bull Sombra Tracer mirror anyway. We're going to see maybe we'll still see some Bull. I think Crazy Raccoon are probably going to play a lot of Winston. That's my expectation here, because I think for Winston to the Diva, it's kind of reasonable. A pretty 50-50 matchup, whereas I feel the Winston to Zarya actually feels quite good. So I think actually the way, if everything stays roughly similar to the comps we saw last week, I think actually Crazy Raccoon just have a significant advantage in the fact that they might be the only team in this Asia top 4 with a Winston player. Which feels like a really bizarre thing to say, a really atypical situation for Korea, but I feel like there's only one Winston player across all 4 teams. So I think that puts Crazy Raccoon as if they didn't need enough advantages. I think that probably actually puts them at an advantage in terms of the meta as well. Because it feels like for Malga sort of disappeared, people seem confident. And if they can pretty reliably beat the Malga through some combination of Diva, Pharah, Anna. Do you think the meta has finally settled? It was shifting pretty rapidly week to week. I think no. Because also when I watched some of these comps, like, was it maybe the Esperança? Ooh, thank you, Sabo Tabby.
They should pick up Commander the Winston Menace of EMEA.
Yeah, I agree. I am available if they need. If it wasn't for these blasted roster locks, I'd be playing this weekend in Asia playoffs. These blasted roster locks. Which one's it? Yes, the Esperança. Because there was a point when I was watching the Esperança, right? And I'm watching... Which way around was it? I was watching ZETA Division play Zarya into Genji Pharah. And I just couldn't help but think... Isn't Zarya's life fucking horrendous in this? playing into a Pharah, playing like it's just got to be horrendous. What does Vazaria do? Into an Anna, into a Pharah. It just felt like it should be really awful. So I'm not convinced this is. This feels that good either. Obviously, it seems very much like Vazaria is just a one-upsman or a one-up from the Diva in terms of everyone's playing Diva. I can go Zarya. I can do a lot of cool things with bubbles, but I can also bully the tank. So I'm not convinced. I feel like this Zarya meta only exists when Falcons and Zeta Division play each other for the most part. I don't know if we'll see it all that often when they play against these two teams. And I guess that's maybe a bit of a missing ingredient, right? Is we've not seen Zarya into like a Ball or something or a Winston, right? Morning Menace. Did you see all the teams that are in China qualifiers? Yeah, hundreds, right? Hundreds. I think it starts. Is it this weekend? This weekend they do the Open qualifiers. And they'll try and filter those. Let me get it right. I think they're going to try and filter those 500 odd teams down to like 16 or something. So, gonna be a hell of an Open qualifier. All right, should we lock in? Should we find? Or we should find first is actually which one do we want to look at? Because there is part of me that also feels that neither of these series are going to look like these two series that we saw here. So I don't know really, because I'm sure there's like something interesting enough if we watch like the Ball Mirror type thing, but I just don't see these teams are never going to play it, you know. Get involved for a second Swiss stage. So I think I want to go. Where is it? Zeta versus Falcons. Map wise. We did see some of a Winston on King's Row. Maybe we'll start with King's Row. King's Row was massive as well. The one that eventually ended in a C9, if you remember as well. Saw a lot more support swaps on this map, maybe compared to others as well. Maybe I'll start with Suravasa, actually. I think I'm going to go over to the Suravasa. Because what we also saw on the Suravasa, which I believe was map 4, right? Map 4, yeah. What we also saw on the Suravasa was... Wait, guys, can't see that. There we go. We also saw on the Suravasa was an attempt at playing Ram, which I think most people will tell you will feel pretty good into Zarya. But they also literally lost and had to swap and mirror Zarya. And it started going better once they mirrored Zarya. So I want to sort of take a look and see, is there something we're missing here? Is there a way to play against it? Is the Ram not as much of a counter as maybe it should feel like in some of these situations? Should be said, we're also going to be playing the game with the replay system to see how much it's going to crash. Okay, pen's working, that's working, replay's working for now. So I'm probably going to try and avoid skipping as much as possible, even though it's really useful. I don't want to get stuck in a let me turn it down a touch. I don't want to get stuck in just a rebooting the game every 5 minutes. Did they patch for replay system? I don't think so, no. I think last I heard, Speedo said it would be 3 to 4 weeks when he spoke to the developers. And he said it would be 3 to 4 weeks. I want to say 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure. So it was 3 to 4 weeks to fix it 1 or 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was only a week ago. We've got a lot longer. All right. So everything seems pretty mirrored to begin with. Again, I think we're going to see from the Falcons POV. Of course, happy Suglafidia. Helping me learn as well. Lots of the bubbles can go the way of proper. I think if I'm Bernard or if I'm Falcons in general, I'm probably looking for all these timings around the bubbles, right? Like if they use Hamid only has 2 bubbles, and even though Hamid's a bit of a master at managing the bubbles, there's always going to be these timings if I'm Baramatra where I can just start to really bully Nasaria. If they bubble in aggressively or something like this, that's 1 bubble down. Maybe I can use my shield, poke him a little bit, and then use the slow to maybe force out, maybe even crack the next bubble. You know, there's probably some really nice timing here if like nothing goes wrong. Now, you can poke out one bubble, use the slow to force the second bubble, and then you break the bubble in violent nades or something, right? And then all of a sudden, this Zarya is going to be in a very difficult situation. So, eyes on how Hanbin avoids getting himself, because remember, spoiler alert, they do win these first couple of points into the Ram, and eventually it's Banar who folds first and has to swap, even though you would expect it to be Hanbin in this situation. It's gambling. Yeah, because I did some private coaching, I think it was last week, and the replay was just, that one I just got lucky with, I think, and the replay was just fine. So hopefully we'll get a little bit lucky with this. I think what I'll do is I'll try and skip around a bit less than I usually would. I'll still try and skip. And basically, if it crashes, then we'll just watch the rest of the replay, sort of skip free. If it doesn't skip, or if it doesn't break rather, then we've successfully gambled, okay? So we'll do some toe dipping. Alright, so I think in many ways, it might be easiest to watch a lot of this through Hanbin's point of view. Initial shield comes out, you can see as well, Hanbin not interested in anything. Bubbles proper now for the Genji fight. Pennon will get forced back. Okay, now the slow comes out. Okay, yeah, interesting. Skip him. So I think we sort of saw some of the trade, right? Like, they sort of get involved in this side fight. Hanbin feels like he needs to bubble proper because Pelican's coming into his face, and these Genji fights can be so volatile, right? So he's going to do that. And now Bernard spots what he feels like his opportunity. He's going to get what feels like a pretty decent slow in terms of he hits 2 targets. But there's also just not a lot going on right now, you know? So I guess there's 2 options here. Either you would really like that when Bernard does this, that there's some kind of more aggressive peak. Or what can also be true is if you're going to do this, and this is just a zoning slow essentially, you know, like they just can't cross this area, maybe there's a chance just to clear proper out. Maybe we kill him. At the very least, we get all the space. So it feels like they're more interested in going for proper here. They're going to force the dash back. Now we have control of the choke. But Bernard one side, Pelican one side. So feels very much like this neutral has been won by Zeta Division, at least like in this first part of it. Deflect comes out, Sleep comes out, second bubble onto proper right now. Nade's going to land here. I mean, one thing that is also going to be true is Fielder's nades are just going to be permanently high value, right? All he has to do is watch out for the Ram Shield, which really should be easy enough. Can I get your thoughts on Zarya in general? Was it good, or are Falcons just really good so it doesn't matter heroes? I think a big part of it is just there's no main tags on either of these teams. So they know that Winston isn't an option. They know that Ramatra isn't a hero now. Maybe Hanbin has played more of it, but we've not seen Bernard play a lot of it either. So I think in general, it's like a greedy pick that they think they can get away with into these certain teams. I'd be surprised if we see either of these teams when they run into, say, a crazy raccoon, run much Zarya at all. I think it is very much like when you just run into a team that has all the same comp limitations as you, or hero limitations as you. Alright, let's watch it from Hanbin's point of view. Because he's going to use his first bubble on proper, no problem. Second one, he actually has good discipline here. He realizes he gets slowed, but he can't see a Sojourn or anything peeking him, so he doesn't feel inclined to actually press the second button. Proper's going to come out, deflect, Sleep's going to come out, slows down some of that aggression. This is another problem Bernard hits, is like, actually Fielder can just use his cooldowns. And I think we saw this, I'm trying to think what team it was. There was a team that ran Sigma into Ramatra, and now again, sort of in that tank frontline battle, lots of people will go Ramatra because it can bully the Sigma. But because the Sigma team had an Ana, what actually happened is every time this Ramatra tried to do something aggressive and exploit the fact that it's got frontline advantage, they would just get naded, they would get slept, then they get rocked by the Sigma or something, and all of a sudden, pardon me, all of a sudden, even though you can bully the frontline, you actually don't get a chance to do, it might have been Way, yeah, but it feels like you don't actually get a chance to do what you want to do a lot of the time, and I feel like the same thing's going to kind of happen to Bernard here, right? In terms of Hanbin's now about to be up to one more bubble. He's going to bubble himself and aggressively off the back of that nade. He forces them all back. They retake the space. And this is where the immediate problem comes that they've just split basically based on where they are and how they had to concede space. I don't know if there was an option really for Bernard just to play a little bit slower because he gets them all back at the choke. Where am I going? Let's go Bernie. Yeah, he gets them all here. And then he sort of wants to go again, I guess, you know? Like, he really wants to go again. I don't know if it's just like it can just be a little bit tighter in terms of everyone swinging at the same time, you know? Maybe we look for a more aggressive nade or something on this time and after the deflect. I think that's Violet's nade maybe gets blocked by Bubble as well, actually. Yeah, we actually threw it into a deflect and I guess we're trying to throw it just outside for deflect radius, but it's going to get bubbled instead, so also a nade gap here. Compared to Fielders, that's going to hit 3 people as they try and swing on that. Why Juno instead of Lucio? I feel like Juno's just, like, when I've seen these Ana Lucio backlines, I feel like they're a bit fraudulent in the sense that, like, the Ana becomes so vulnerable. I feel like the Juno has way more, or like, more consistent peel against most things than the Lucio does, and the Juno can still support the side fire as well. It's not like quite the same. I can't remember what the bans were on this map. I don't think that was any of them were like directly banned. Yeah, it was Kiriko and Diva banned here anyway. So nothing directly banned. But I feel like actually the Juno with the Ana just feels like it works a lot more. Doesn't Juno also need a lot of peel? I don't know. I don't think so much in these comps because again, because everyone's playing the ground version, I think what we've seen is like I feel like if this was a Diva or something, if we were like Diva Winston, then all of a sudden this starts to feel like a really hard backline to get away with. But whenever everyone's just playing Zarya and Ramattra, I feel like you can actually lean the other way. So I feel like you can get away with these greedier backlines in stuff like this. There's also an element of like, it's hard, but you can also play it well, you know? Because we've seen so much, like if I just show you like the Ana, if you just like keep your eyes on like the backline columns, which are just like XY and ACAD, there's actually so much Ana Juno, right? And at no point during a lot of this did I ever really feel like, where are we? We're back on the 28th of February here. And even then, like it feels like it's just become a more and more popular support line. And I think actually, especially with some of the Ana perks and stuff, they actually do just survive a lot of these engages, you know? Like, it's not straightforward for people to kill them a lot of the time. Even if you're on, like, a Diva Genji or something, or a Winston Genji. Alright, so ZETA back it up. They actually cap the point here. They're kind of desperately waiting for Finn and Violet to get back into position. And Bernard's just gonna... Yeah, just doesn't have like, just doesn't, because if I look at where the supports are, that like Finn's only just here. Just like too greedy from Bernard. A little bit of a mistake, they give a repush. And now it's really, really hard. Kind of just, I imagine they just give it up. Oh, they're going to get naded and Proper's going to kill someone again. Cool. Cool. I remember this fight actually, yeah. Yeah. No YouTube stream, no, not for this one. I'll upload it onto my VODs channel, but just for this, I'll just do it on Twitch and upload afterwards. Alright, retake now. Ult-wise, Nano's close. Blade a bit closer for Proper. Want to kind of see the neutral again here. Because again, it feels like you would hope there's a way for the Ram to negotiate some kind of advantage. So early bubble onto Proper. Bernard's going to walk up. You're going to see they're actually playing like really passive here because they're scared of these bubble engages. So they're going to let Pelican go trade with Proper. Now all of a sudden, Hanbin's used one bubble. Pelican's marking Proper. In theory, after this disruptor shot should be a timing to walk. I imagine they're probably also like a little bit scared of Nano here. Alright, Proper's been thoroughly bullied out so everyone can walk forward. Gonna do the same thing. I feel like there's like a... Like Hanbin's... These slows aren't forcing any of Hanbin's bubbles. Like, yeah, I feel like there's just like a... Again, like, same thing as first. It's like, is my backline swinging on this timing? Because I feel like what should happen in this situation is we should be threatening rail. Hanbin should be, like, threatened with nade. And we just burst for bubble and nade for Zarya. And he just dies or something, you know? Like, I feel like first part of the neutral really fine. We mark for Genji out. We take away any risk for our backline. We walk up. And then we can just take, you know... I think for the most part, if I'm ZETA Division, I'm happy for Pelican just to, you know, be trading cooldowns with Proper all day long, right? Just neutralize each other, take each other out of the game. Whereas if I'm Falcons, I actually want Proper hitting the backline with bubbles to get value out of this. So I feel like, again, Hanbin is sort of gets away with it, right? Like, he's still having to concede the space, but the fact that, again, his second bubble's now just being used for Proper as well. Then Fielder's going to hit the nade. Hanbin can now repush. Sleep's avoided. But Nano goes out here as well. So it feels like, again, both of Fielder's nades have got more value so far. They're going to Ray on point as well, so they try and disengage. The disengage seems fairly reasonable. But Pelican gets caught right at the end. Proper gets nanoed as he dashes backwards, so a bit of, like, anti-timing. So it's going to cost them a lot, but they will win the point for it. And really, I don't know. I think this next part of it, like, I think they could do better with their neutral, but it's probable that they're actually just fucked in the fight anyway, just because of a support ult gap. Really. But yeah, twice now it feels like they've not really got the full value out of their slow that they would have wanted. And then, yeah, Proper cleans up the tail end of a nano. Okay. And this is what I think also should be some of the theory. Like, if I look at, like, Hanbin's bubble usage, I feel like him not bubbling in the slow is good reading of the situation from Hanbin. I think he does a good job there. Oh, you know what? I should turn on well, I think. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Let me find it. Hold on. Did I not have it? Oh. Oh, never mind. Not important. What was I saying? Sorry. Yeah, feels like what should happen to Zarya in a lot of these situations is to use your bubbles optimally. Zarya can be really powerful, but there's so many things that can just make it like slightly scuffed or slightly wrong. And I think we've actually seen that out of a bunch of Hanbin's bubbles. Like, while his discipline is good, not having it forced during the slow unless he really, like, so far both slows haven't actually put him under that much danger, so he's not used it. I do feel like there has still also been plenty of times where he's sort of just bubbled Proper, and it's not when Proper is engaging on a backline, it's just to sort of help Proper, like, take the Genji fight or something, which doesn't really feel like maximum value. So now, I think I remember this one. This is now massive ult disadvantage situation for Falcons, so they need to do something, like, chaotic to try and win the fight, or at least make it expensive, right? So if I remember right, they're just going to go with Proper. Speed Ring, Bubble, Blade. He's gonna slash in, slash out. They nano overclock Ray in response here, which means Hanbin will really die. Everyone will really die. And they don't trade anyone, but yeah. They've kind of had the economy cooked for them here. So we're now in a 2v2 situation, completely equalized. And Falcons have bailed their way out of this one. Now we've got Annihilation and Grav here. So I think there's a real reasonable chance for, like, if I'm Falcons now, maybe I start with Overclock, and then depending on, like, what they use to try and come forward, I can look for a... Hanbin can sort of look for the Grav mid-fight. So again, relatively early bubble onto Proper, trying to get Hanbin a little bit of energy. Now we're going to come in. One bubble's been used, right? So you can see, again, Speed Ring's used defensively by Chio. Sleep is going to get hit by Fielder as well. Then he's going to get grabbed. And now the two people with ults are stuck in the grab. Pelican will presumably die. There we go, just about. And now we're going to overclock to keep going. Proper's going to start turning onto Bernard. The Annihilation's going to be popped. Again, I just feel like... does he have to? I guess is the question for Bernard. You know, just the fact that he pops it and then he's not going forward at all. I think it just feels so ace, actually. So then Falcons are going to kind of realise this and realise the fact that, well, they popped Annihilation, but they're not really pushing us at all. Yeah, I think he was just about to get to shield, so I would have, like, preferred at least a step back. And it just seems like very similar to the neutrals we saw over on point A. Doesn't feel like when Bernard tries to go forward, Pelican's really in position, or Flora's in a really position, or anyone's really in a position to actually go forward with them. So it just feels, all feels a little bit blunt right now from ZETA Division into pushes. So again, they're going to bubble proper. They're going to try and get Bernard into like a classic backshot situation. He's going to get slept on point. Again, Builder's just sort of throwing these cooldowns almost off cooldown. Then Hambit, they're all going to swing, and we're going to take advantage of this right now. All of a sudden, you look at the same situation, right? Where we saw, if you cast your minds back all the way to like the very first neutral we had here, where we saw Pelican forces out a classic P on P action, forces out proper. All of Falcons are stuffed in this choke, and then ZETA Division, they kind of go, as in they use their cooldowns, but they don't actually push that hard. So then they just sort of use their cooldowns, and when it's their turn, they get themselves cooldown advantage, but when they go with cooldown advantage, they don't actually get the value they would hope out of it. So then it becomes, you know, if you go with your cooldowns, you get a chance to get some value, then it's going to be the other team's chance to get some, to go with their cooldowns. But on this occasion, you know, again, we've seen the ulties from Bernard, didn't find anything. But Bernard's going to get slept. And now if we look at Falcon's same decision making, when there's like an advantage basically, like Pelican's nearly back, but the tank's going to be slept. What does everyone do? Hambin's going to have a little peek out. Stalker's going to have a little peek out. Chio's going forward. You know, all of a sudden, I don't know where Fielder is as well. I guess Fielder doesn't have nade anyway, but like suddenly Stalker's swinging like quite aggressively. Hambin's going to walk in here. Sleep does come out. Hold on, I just need to turn off. Hold on. I just need to turn off some of these notifications. Hi, I'm going to say it wrong. Xiao. So then Proper does actually get traded, but again, you can see Fielder, Chio, Stalker all walking up different angles. So much pressure onto Bernard. And he's just going to die. Then they try and respond. Pelican's just back. Respond onto Hambin, but it's like too little too late. And what was that? 2 for 2. Everything's really fine. Slight support our advantage again. And then we're going to see Falcons walk forward. This time Hambin bubbles himself for some energy. Just farming grab. Deflex been forced. Another bubble, more energy. Alright, slow on the choke here. Again, just look like Hambin's is not point. He's just like, he's just calling the... Got a hard rewind. Hasn't bubbled once during any of these slows, you know? So now all of a sudden, goes in, hits the grab with a ray. So there's a few things that happen here, right? A lot of stuff, well, there's a lot of stuff that happens here. But I think all starts again with the neutral not quite going the way that ZETA wants it to in terms of value. You know, like, can it just be a little bit tighter? Can Flora find something on this timing? Even if he just drops like a body shot or a headshot into Hambin, does it force anything? They're going to bubble proper in. Pelican's going to try and mark it. And I mean, for the most part, it feels like Pelican's doing a reasonable job in terms of a lot of Proper's attention is spent on Pelican more than anyone else. Bernard's going to keep going. We're going to do the raid trade, but if there's ever a raid trade, we talk about this a lot, even when I'm doing the cast and stuff. But if you can grab in the ray, fuck. All of a sudden, if you look at Finn's ray, It's going to start moving away. You're all rooted to the spot. I don't know where Fielder actually gets the nade from. Just walk through main. Yeah, it's kind of like he knows what's coming. You see this quite a lot where like Falcons do it a lot, but a lot of teams do it as well. I guess he didn't even really use it there. I was going to say, like, you see a lot of teams basically when they have the Juno Ana, and it's kind of a brawly thing, they'll actually use their Anas really aggressively as well. Like when it's a corner fight like this, you'll sort of speed ring your Ana through, go for a nade. Because you see Fielder's going to go for that nade here. Hits the nade, they're all grabbed. Torpedoes come out. Easy kills at the end. And Banara's just sort of running around trying to find value but can't find a whole lot of anything. You know, I mean, he did get Fielder to be fair, but yeah. I'm going to stagger himself out a little bit. Cheers. So, slight neutral advantage so far. All the ult fights have gone massively their favour, right? Both when they've had advantage, when they've had disadvantage, even situations. Everything's gone their way. I know ZETA don't have Winston and Pellies in, but you don't want to go Tracer here. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I can't remember. Maybe it was the Esperança after this. Or was it before this? I think it was this Esperança where... yeah, when he went Tracer for a little bit. And I was wondering if there's an element of, like, does it just get easier to kill? Like, if you're just on Diva Tracer or something, can you kill this backline more often? The problem is something like that, and this is kind of why it works in this mirror matchup, is if you're going to have to go Diva, again, like, can they just slow it down and play a more brawly style and then Hanbin just fries your Diva in a lot of these situations type deal, you know? Whereas I feel like if you went like Winston Tracer or something, yeah, like then it probably feels very different. Like I'd be really interested to see what Crazy Raccoon do in this same situation. My guess is Falcons just wouldn't run Bizarre in that situation. They would just go back to Diva as well. And you get into more of a like mirror matchy thing. So we get the late kill onto Bernard. And then always paying attention, Falcons probably one of the most high tempo teams in the world. In terms of willing to push these advantages, fight forward, especially on Flashpoint. AC Proper's just going to go for it immediately. Bubble comes through after he gets naded. Steals for Mega, gets 2. And that's just second point there as well. Alright, do they take the fight here? Because I think it's around this time. Maybe it's after this next ult. I think this is where Bernard swaps. What's going on, Pilly? Oh, he wanted to swap hero. He wanted to swap to the other squad. He wanted to swap. Unlucky. Alright, so now, also, 5v4 situation. This time... yeah, actually a really nice kill from Violet. Alright, gonna see more of the same thing. I feel like there's an element of, like, I know there are also 4 people here. But I feel like there's a real, like, fear factor that the Genji, the bubble Genji does, right? Because now, we see this a lot of times, right? Where Proper does the bubble in, go kill backline, right? And what's going to happen is he doesn't get the kill. And I think, like, there's actually more times he doesn't get the kill than he does get the kill. I think, do you remember the King's Row where everyone was flaming Falcons and everyone was flaming Proper against Crazy Raccoon in the Korea playoffs where they got full held and they kept like bubbling Proper top and then Proper didn't find any kills, blah, blah, blah. They didn't get anything else done. And then everyone flamed them. Pissed me off that everyone was flaming like, oh, why are Falcons so stupid? I was like, this is like, I don't know. It's something we've seen in Overwatch before. But basically, the Bubble Genji just works as a Winston, almost, you know? Because what happens here is he goes in, he doesn't get any kills, right? Like, even though Fielder's on one with his flank nade, getting involved, etc. This is another advantage with the Juno Ana versus the Lucio Juno or something, or Brig Juno. It's like, your Ana can become a playmaker. Because if you've got to leave your other support main, if this was a Lucio or a Brig, it's really fucking awkward for Hanbin to be that aggressive, right? But if this is a Juno, well, Hanbin's still got full pocket. He can take these cooldown trades. He can go in. But what happens is they don't get any value, but all of a sudden, in this back three from ZETA, they have to show respect. They have to be scared. They have to back it up. They're worried about nade. They're worried about these bubble engagers. And then all that happens is Hanbin's going to then feel like empowered to walk past the shield. Proper's going to turn around on him as well. Torpedo's going to come in from Chio as well, who's just going to be tapping him in the head. And then all of a sudden, like, we've just got him in a fucking, what is this? I want to say, actually, maybe it's just like, I was going to say isosceles triangle, but it's like a really ugly isosceles triangle. But either way, Bernard's going to get fried. Bernard's going to pop the Annihilation. Fielder actually gets punished for his flank nade. And now Bernard's going to try and walk forward. But he's just 1 HP. Has Proper gone in again? I feel like he thought he was getting a bubble. Yeah, it's just like half a second too soon from Proper, actually. You see Hanbin's looking for it, but he just doesn't have it for like a second. So Proper just ends up inting, basically. Doesn't get the bubble. Bernard instead will use the bubble for himself. Again, trying to get behind Bernard. Bernard's going to get one more form timing. How on earth has Proper survived this long? I know he does get traded, but it feels like it's the anti runs out just in time for him to get the health back. And then now again, a similar situation. Hanbin's going to... if Proper got the bubble, wouldn't Hanbin be fucked? I don't think so. Because, like... let me get back to it. Because it's not this bubble, it's the next one. Just because, again, even if Proper loses, he's in a 1v4, you know? So I think Hanbin is, like, he's nearly winning this, you know? I don't know actually what happens to Stalker. Does Stalker die on the flank as well? Oh no, Stalker died on the rotation, didn't he? Yeah, so actually, if you consider how close Bernard is to dying in all these situations, and this is a 4v5 right now for Falcons. Right? And then Fielder's going to die. And then Bernard nearly dies again. And this is a 3v5 situation. You know, like if Stalker was just here, or if Fielder was just, say, instead of going for the flank nade, he had just decided to stay with team this time. But all of a sudden, this guy's just super dead, you know? I think there's probably a real argument, is that, like, actually, the flank nade's better if you want to kill backline, but actually, if you're going to keep doing this bubble thing, you just kill this. So, like, ZETA are going to win the fight, but they get 2 picks. They get a pick before the fight. They get a pick on Fielder mid-fight. They use their Annihilation. They're still going to lose Violet. Like, so they win the fight, but it costs them Annihilation, and it's just, it doesn't feel like they're winning it at all. And I think, yeah, this is where Bernard swaps now as well. So we're just in a straight-up Zarya mirror now. So, ult-wise, overclock versus overclock, blade advantage for Pele. Sheer maybe slight ray advantage. So again, sort of focus on the neutral. I guess we're now just in a Zarya neutral, so the whole thing just becomes like a bit of a game of bubbles and bubble value on everyone's turn. Again, Proper's going to get bubbled. Looking just to go onto Pelican, but I was going to respond. Deflect used. Fielder's going to get a kill out of nowhere, which just seems improbable, really. Hits the nade on Flora. Surely. It's yours. I think I just have the default one on. Hold on, I've lost my... Sorry, sometimes my cursor bugs out when I'm doing this. I think it's something to do with the epic then. Yeah, because I have the whatever the option's called where you see the player's crosshair, but I'm pretty sure I do at least. But it doesn't feel like it works. It was one of these. Anyone remember what it was under? It was right there. I just skipped past it. I was skimming. Oh, red skill for other players. Yeah, they're custom settings, right? That should be the right one. Alright, so Flora's going to get this opening pick. Then Overclock comes out. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't always work. Because this just looks like the default crosshair for sure. Alright. So Stalker and Fielder, just to pick out nothing, really. Now we're going to Blade. Overclock from Stalker here. Does he pop it in response to the Blade? Fuck. So much confidence. It doesn't work with codes. Oh, okay. Oh, my God. It's actually outrageous. Actually outrageous how much feel he gets in this situation. Gets one slash, slides out, goes for the next slash. Look how close that is from Hanbin. Like, I think Hanbin dies from this probably, but he saves him. And then the sleep. Oh. Also a good bubble by Banar. Okay. And then everything's fine at the end. Everything's fine at the end. Was it a double slide? Oh, let me go back again. Yeah. Oh no, he only hits one of them. Yeah, it's actually just good bubbles from both. But you can see the same, very similar idea, right? In terms of like, now ZETA are playing Vazaria. If I watch it from Banar's POV. Alright, they're going to lose Flora, but they have the Blade to go with. And then what's going to happen? Pelly says he can go, bubble forward onto Pelly. And then what's going to happen is Pelly's going to zone the backline. And now we see a situation that Falcons kept creating, right? Where all of a sudden, everyone is turning and looking here. And then what's going to happen? Finn, Violet, a chance to move up. I mean, he's actually like, he's so dead so quickly. Walk over Hanbin. Hanbin is the person who ends up getting isolated. And then just there in time. Save his Genji, clean everything up. Proper gets his one. Cheers. Yeah, I know. It's such a grating noise, like someone's drilling into your head. All right, next fight now. All right, Nate comes out. We'll just tank it. Yeah, deflex going. Again, good discipline what we see from both Zarias, right? Like realizing when they have to, when they don't have to. Flora's going to pop the overclock in response to his Blade again. Very familiar looking. The inverse of a previous situation, right? Flora's going to pop the overclock as well. He's going to get nanoed. Both are going to get bubbled. Proper realizes... This is one of the things I think Proper does so well. I think Kev's also always really good at it as well. It's kind of just a... Good Genji players will do this. Is realizing when they essentially... They get a trade where they can no longer get kills. But... like, all of a sudden he goes, alright, they fucking nano overclocked. I just live. And he has his dash and he just lives, you know? Doesn't just try and force kills or trade kills or anything crazy like that. Just takes for value, takes the ult trade. I can show you the perks. I presume they're both running just Spotter and the extra jump. I feel like, oh yeah, first one's just called Jump Up. And then yeah, Spotter is the other one, which is the speed boost. And triggers their health, what do you call it? Health, regeneration. Actually, Bernard's gone for the Grav perk. Grower, I guess. So his Grav does more damage. Yeah. Interesting. Timing seems early. No, I think it's okay. I mean, they would have preferred to have like forced a bubble, but they'd also kind of gone with their turn, if you know what I mean. Like they'd already naded. But he already walked in. Like they would have hoped there was a bubble force on that nade timing. Morning, Spilo. Yeah, just started. Still on the first map. Got to see a lot of... Well, so up until this point, been doing a Remarch... Well, Zeta were doing Remarcha into Zarya, which feels like it should be good on paper, but it feels like Zeta were just not doing a very good job of it. Just like really poor neutrals. And then the ult economy from them has been shocking as well. So it's like a combination of... if you're going to lose for neutral and then you're going to lose for ult fights, then you're going to have a really hard time doing that well in a map. Yeah, I think most Junos... I know, like, there's a lot of Master Blaster. Wait, is this the other one, though? So the first one is for faster torpedoes, which I think is what everyone uses, right? I feel it's Familiar Vitals. Then the other one is the Reboots, which is the movement ability. Yeah. The triple jump's really good. I mean, this is what Astro said in my perks video, right? Where he was like, everyone's taking the Master Blaster because they, like, doing headshots is fun. But actually, the extra movement ability is just going to be better 9 times out of 10. Yeah, coach troops were good, Spilo. Oh yeah, always a long weekend, but that is still... I do enjoy watching all the games, which helps a lot. Alright, so we get a very similar situation. Proper's going to be very happy to take an ult trade. Now it's Ray v Ray, Nano advantage, Grav advantage, both in the hand of Falcons. Bernard's also been slept on point during all of this as well. Wakes up, bubbles himself. Flora does well to get a kill here, actually, I guess. The advantage of a double slide. He doesn't actually go that far with it. Yeah, just catches him. Okay. Alright. Cool. I guess everything's fine then. I guess everything's fine. Actually so important he does that. Okay, if he doesn't do this, I think they lose the fight and they lose the map right here if he doesn't find a pick when he slides back onto point. Yeah. Well, he's got the nano and he's got the overcharge perk as well. Yeah. But to be fair, if he doesn't, there's like a Ray trade on point, and then Hambing gets to do the same thing he did over on point C, right, where he just grabs their Ray. And then Fielder has a nano for somebody as well. If they, you know, would have just been game there if Flora doesn't hit no shots. They're still in like a difficult situation now. Maybe Bernard nearly has his own grab. Right, again, you notice here, like, formation-wise... Oh, I've gone too far back. Oh, wait, I've gone too far forward. But yeah, if we look formation-wise, we can see again where we're doing the side fight, except this time it's like the Ana pocketing in, and the Juno is just the anchor with the hit scan and attack. Gonna walk into proper here. They're all gonna rotate top, actually. Speed ring out. Bubble onto the back line. Bernard's trying to hit the backline as well. Defensive bubble is good again from Hambin. Pelican's just going to get fried. Yeah, I mean, that's just... Because Fielder can counter nano himself, right? Yeah, because Vinay's good, but it's going to get bubbled immediately. Drops this, then all of a sudden... Yeah, he just hits like one body shot and it's just fucking cooked. It's actually just fucking cooked. Finn's going to drop a Ray to keep going. Violet's going to try and rotate into it, but Proper is all over him. Shio's going to match for Ray. Hambin's about to have the grab. Doesn't quite finish the kill, but Fielder and Proper can. Reasonable discipline by Hambin. I imagine like if Bernard grabbed, Hambin would have grabbed type thing, but yeah, just win the ult trade. I don't know what you do differently there if you're Zeta division. Like, the fight's so hard to win, actually, from the Zeta perspective. I think you just have to take for raid trade. Hope Pelican finds something. Hope Violet hits a bigger nade or finds like a decent nade target. Try and make it a messy fight, right? So if you lose, you at least get 2 ults out. Yeah, Fielder like nades as they come around the corner. Like he hits Pelican, but Pelican gets immediately bubbled. But Pelican still takes the damage from it, right? Again, I do feel sometimes where, like, again, there's sort of questions of, like, we're doing, like, a wide swing here. Is Flora just, like, a little bit too slow on this? Yeah. Yeah, like, it's not the worst trade. I was just thinking if there was a way to do it better. I think it's still, you just hit the ray around the corner and then go with that. I feel like trying to just send Pelican in first. I mean, it kind of all worked out, but I don't know if it really feels like that's like a reliable way to actually get anything out. I don't know. It depends, like, the way they started that fight. Because they're not really starting with... If I get all the way back. Because ZETA, they're not really starting with, like, point position as such, right? It's kind of still relatively neutral. So Violet and Pelican are, like, holding the high ground. And then they're just going to, like, speed ring and flip. So we're going to try and explode out here. Which I don't hate, right? They're going to try and explode out here. I think if anything, Finn can just ray more aggressively. Like, as they turn this corner, just ray and try and catch someone. You know, like, does Flora have rail? Like, Flora has rail. Maybe we just, like, ray more aggressively. But I think it's reasonable enough to just, like, do a normal hold, then just speed one way and try and catch them, like, unawares. There's, like, different ways to set it up as well. But I think that's reasonable enough with, like, where everyone was standing. So yeah, they still got the 2-for-1, but have to concede first flip. But now at least situation is Grav v Grav. Wrong side. Abin has energy advantage. Yeah. So just going to immediately grab Bernard, who's going to immediately grab him back. Which means everyone is cooked. Cheers. Yeah. I don't know if Hambin could do this in a way where he's like... I don't know. I'm just thinking, is there a way to, like, if you know it's a grab v grav trade, if you both get caught, if you both get caught, you're both just so fucked, right? There's no way anyone can save you. Especially, like, no support ults or anything, right? I just feel like if there's a way for Hambin just to, like, hit it, like, just hit it, and then D-peek or something, like, make it really hard, but, maybe it's too hard. So, they're both going to kill the other team's Zaryas. I mean, this is where Stalker just pops off. I don't know if there's anything too much in this fight. You do the same in ranked. Yeah. Where is he? Sleep's gonna land from Violet. Flora kills 2. But Stalker kills everyone. Yeah. It's not like it's just a dogfight. Stalker hits more shots, you know? Like everyone does some stuff. And Stalker just clutches out. And now touch is really hard. Classic Falcons fight early situation. Early nade from Fielder as well. Defensive bubble onto Violet. Defensive nade as well. They need to start walking towards point. Pelican's going to go to the moon. Proper, I think, is just flanked this entire time. Yeah, ends up isolating Violet. Oh, sorry, isolating Flora, rather. And then, yeah. I mean, it's just cooked at this point anyway. See, I don't know. I mean, I just felt like everything went massively in favor of Falcons, but this was a much closer series than this map would suggest, right? Because, what was it? It was 3-2 in the end, right? Well, Penny didn't live. He tried to dash because he's like trying to dash blade. Oh, he's actually trying to blade then. I presume he's going, like, the plan is he gets the bubble in, he goes. He just doesn't get the bubble. Yeah, because he doesn't really want to bubble him at that point either, really. I feel like you actually want to bubble him when he's here, you know? So you get the most use out of the bubble. I don't know if it's cooked. I mean, there's plenty of chances. Like, this is like a really nice place to blade, right? I feel like, just because there's all these walls for you to, like, duck and dive over. Again, we're going to still ask the same sort of question, right? Of, like, it's just a question of, like Flora's just not in the fight. Some people are worried about touch. So it feels like, yeah, I don't know. Long story short, feels like they've lost all the neutrals. Feel like they've lost the ult economy, like, pretty massively every big ult trade. And also, I think Fielder's just, like, outvalued Violet. Ana-wise during most of this. I mean, I feel like that's just, like, it's kind of like... Because the idea is he is going to get everything as he goes up, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to get the bubble, he's going to get the self-regen. One of these supports will hit him in the air, you know? Like, he'll be full HP by the time he lands. It's just, you just walk in, you get one shot sometimes. I don't think it's, like, that deep. Like, the bigger problem I'd be more worried about is, like, where the fuck is my hit scan during this? You know, we sort of left Flora for dead in, like, a 1v1 while we're trying to do this play. This doesn't feel like it makes sense, you know? Like, how many times were we saw Hanbin and Proper go? Was there was, like, a clear plan of who the target is, right? You know, like, if we go... There was, like, this one that happened in Spawn, right? And there was, like, a Zarya here. Proper takes a bubble into this area. And then we've got, like, a flank and a nade at the same time because we're a player down or something, you know? At the same time, our Juno Zarya is walking really hard on the ram, right? It feels like all of a sudden, everything's happening at the same time. Everything is happening on that bubble timing. Whereas I feel like here, the problem is less Pelican, or maybe it is Pelican. It could be either side, right? But either Pelican's too fast or everyone else is too slow. And I feel like, again, this is like an even more egregious example because we've just left Flora in a fucking 1v1 with Proper behind. Just nothing. It's like a more extreme example of what we saw all the way back at the start here when we saw, like, Bernard just not really be able to capitalize off any of these slow timings. And Falcons were just able to, well, live every neutral without even using a bubble. And I think that's, like, a really big problem. Because I feel like the Ramattra should feel relatively fine into the Zarya. Maybe the Ana does some level of mitigation, but I don't know if it's that much, really. I've lost my cursor again. Where am I going? Oh. Oh, did I close that? Here we go. Oh, there we go. Not horse racing. I don't have any horse racing tips for you guys. Where are we going next? The Havana was shit, wasn't it? Because it was just like a full hold. Either the Esperança or the King's Ray. Anyone got any strong preference? You're only here for horse racing tips? Oh, sorry, mate. You want to leave a push? Where was it? Map 3? This one. All right. We also jumped around as much as we wanted in that replay, right? And everything was fine.
Ready for battle. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
You tried dabbling? Yeah, are you having a stroke? It fell off one of those horses a few too many times. Tried horse racing, but they'd always beat you. Didn't they used to do that? I want to say in the 40s. Wasn't there always like... I don't know if it was real, but it was always like... You'd always see these newspaper clippings of like... Ah, John Johnson, the fastest man in the world. He's going to race a horse. No? Man races horse. What's the man versus horse marathon? The man versus horse marathon is an annual race over 22 miles where runners compete against riders on horseback through a mix of road, trail, and mountains terrain. The race, which is a shorter distance than the official marathon road race, takes place in the Welsh town of... I'm going to say it wrong. Llanwrtyd, Wales, every June. That's not what I'm thinking of. It's all just about this marathon. I feel like it's a whole Earth, man. It's all just about this marathon. I swear there was like an old timey one where they would just people would, you know, if they were super fast, they would just like race a horse. Exactly, Silver Bullet. I don't know, I was trying to remember something, Coleman, you know, like, I feel like it, like an old newspaper clipping or something of like, or like an old, like Yahoo News article where it was like, this guy's so fast he can race a horse. We're going to have him beat a horse in a race. So then I tried to Google it, but all that came up was this man versus horse race in Wales, where it's like a marathon. Some people enter as, I guess, as humans, and some people enter on horseback. I imagine the horses win more often than not. Brian Havana? Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I feel like they don't really do it anymore, but there always used to be these things where it's like, could he wrestle an alligator? Could he race a horse? We're gonna find out, servants. Up against rugby's fastest player in the world in the ultimate race against time.
The chit. That's 28 meters. Miracle tries, time after time after time. His top end. Because if we don't in the wild, Brian all took place at the DeVilt 50-meter head start.
Thank you, Adu. Welcome back. It feels like the cheaters are trying.
The race is over. But another race isn't over. Even with the help of celebrities like Brian, the fate of the cheetah is still uncertain. Brian will live the
Yeah, did he start with a 50-meter head start?
To save the cheetahs, soon there will be no more cheetahs left in the wild. Brian wanted to raise awareness of the cat's plight and its magnificence. It all took place at the DeVilt Research Center in South Africa. Brian was given a 50-meter head start.
It doesn't feel like the fairest race, does it?
It's a photo finish. The race is over.
I mean, I imagine it's not fucking easy to beat a cheater. Get a proper versus a cheater. Is the cheater also an athlete? I feel like it should be an average show. I feel like all cheaters are athletes. Like the average cheater is gonna do way better than the average guy. Like the floor for fitness levels in cheaters is gonna be so fucking high. What you need to get is like the shittest cheater. Get the shittest cheater against the fastest man in the world. That's what we need. Just like really old animals. What if we could beat a cheater and that's like 20? Could we beat a cheater and that's like 20 years old or something, you know? A 1-day-old cheater versus a 1-day-old baby. And the cheater's just gonna win by a mile. No, I feel like we need to limit the cheater, and we need to take the humanity's best and brightest to give ourselves a chance. Come on, guys, we're trying to race a cheater here. Exactly, yeah. It's some kind of geriatric, like the oldest cheater alive versus the fastest man in the world. No worries if not, but is it possible at all for you to put the YouTube Patreon Q&As on the Spotify feed as well? Yeah, I can do. It's probably going to be low priority for me, but I don't see any reason why not. All right, bubbles exchanged. Oh, Violet's so low. All right, so really similar situation, right? Proper's going to take the bubble. Again, it always feels like Falcons are the initiators in these situations, right? This time, though, Stalker's just going to swing at the same time. The Pharah feels like it would be so annoying into Banar here, you know? I mean, obviously, Violet's already got 1 HP on the rotate, and Proper's going to get some timing. But it just both lands, right? Bubbled Genji, Pharah rocket from across the map. Rest of the Falcons core going to walk on Banar. But they've just, yeah, lost a player, lost all the space in the world. Bananas as well to get a trade. Alright, Flora's gonna go Cass. Don't hate it. Was it Sojin banned on this one, if I remember right? Yeah, Sojin banned and Malga banned. Falcons banned Sojin. Presumably because they were very happy to run the Zarya Genji. Oh, sorry, the Pharah Genji. Same neutral again, right? Same neutral again. Hold on, let's go back. I think we're doing the learning. Alright, eyes on Hanbin bubble usage. So, what's the first part? I've not gone far enough back. Alright, so first bubble. just feels like a really nothing bubble, right? But what's Proper going to do? He's just going to walk into Bernard's face. Bernard's going to respond with bubble, right? So now 1-for-1 bubble has been traded. But also, the difference here is for cooldowns as well, right? So, like, I can't remember the exact numbers. It's going to be on a timer as well, right? But Bernard's takes a little bit longer, right? The self bubble versus second bubble, unless I'm just absolutely on a crack pipe. But, so they trade an ally bubble for a self bubble, right? So that's inherently, you get one bubble back quicker as well. But, but now what happens is now they're also both Zarya's are down to one bubble, right? So then look how quickly they're going to initiate, right? They're going to go straight away again as soon as possible with proper second bubble, and this bubble isn't on the Zarya, it's on the backline. Because now all of a sudden Bernard has a choice, right? Does he counter bubble to protect his backline? Seems really reasonable, right? And if my name's Flora, I'm saying, for the love of God, I would really like a bubble right now, right? Like, wouldn't it be nice if I had a bubble when I didn't just go from 250 HP to 1 HP in a split, in a flash of an eye, right? But what happens then is Bernard's just given the impossible choice. Because he bubbles, if he bubbles his backline, he dies. If he bubbles himself, a real chance Flora dies, right? Because all of a sudden, what is Fielder doing on his same timing? He's throwing a nade downtown. And Hammond's going to start walking onto him, onto Bernard as well. I mean, to be fair, he looks for the defensive bubble. Like, he tries to do a bit of both, right? Like, he's going to look for the defensive bubble and try and TP the damage onto him. But his life's also going to get really hard as well. So he's trying to do both, but if you put the enemy in situations where they have to make difficult decisions, eventually something will fall right. And then, if we fast forward all the way through this, skip. Hammer's going to get traded. Hammer's going to come back. Here he comes. Then, what's the first bubble again? First bubble again. A little bit of an ugly way to get it off, but what's Proper going to do? I'm going to walk into Bernard's face. And we've now got the exact same bubble trade again, right? We have done a friendly bubble for a self bubble. So now, I guess the question is, what do they go for next, right? Pelican's trying to mark Stalker on the high ground when this all happens. Torpedoes will come out. Pelican's awfully low. To be fair, in this situation, this backline's really fucking far, right? This is like a really hard distance for Proper to reach. So it looks like they're just going to do the same trade again, right? Like, backline's not reachable. Can we just trade onto Bernard? But this time, Bernard doesn't get his bubble forced. So he can take a little bit of space, but he also can't really. Then they're just going to go Nano Barrage, which just means it's maybe fucked. Yeah, they tried to Nano Pelican in response. Could Pelican have deflected this? But it still really is like really fucking hard with the Nano and the bubble. Yeah, they can't just make a little bit of a mess of everything, right? Like, if anything, Bernard needs for Nano, Pelican's not ready for the deflect. They just seem to be caught a little bit off guard when they should know what the ult situation is. What's the question? I'm curious why no team swapped away, or why teams swapped away from the Malga comp. I think what's happened is basically a bunch of teams were playing some Malga, right? I think Falcons and ZETA were both quite happy to play this. Crazy Raccoon have always been kind of their own thing because they don't want to play the Malga, so they've been trying really hard to force other comps. I mean, I think what's happened into a lot of the Malga comps is basically if teams run Malga, but if you run some combination of like a Pharah, Ana, and a D.Va, a classic pad, then what happens is I think especially, mainly between the D.Va and the Ana probably more than anything, the Malga starts to feel really difficult because you're naded on a lot of your engages, really hard for you to hold space, and you get forced back. And then what happens is everyone just sort of goes, oh, okay, it just kind of feels like we're in like a D.Va Ana type meta then. And then people just try and do the next up, right? This is why, so if you're Crazy Raccoon in this situation, you're going to start playing a lot of Winston. if you are Zeta Division or Falcons in this situation, you're not going to play a lot of Winston, even though we did see Hampin play a bit of Winston. You're probably going to go, okay, well, let's do it over. Let's play Zarya into the Diva and all of a sudden, right? And I think that feels like, at least from the outside, where the progress has been. But I'm still not convinced that this is exactly, because I guess the obvious question is like, do we hit like a rock paper scissors situation where there's like a Mauga, Diva, Zarya? Do we sort of complete the loop? I don't know if Mauga's as straightforward versus the Zarya in a lot of situation. Yeah, and in theory the Ram would be here, but we also saw Zeta Division fail that. But I feel like it's partly Zeta Division's. Like, Zeta Division could have played it better as well. But it also, there's also a little bit in all of this of like, how good are the players at the heroes that are relevant, right? There's a reason Crazy Raccoon would rather play Winston than Zarya when Jumpin's in, right? There's a reason that Falcons are way happier to do the Zarya than they are the Winston. I feel like really Ramatra, like Hampin probably has the best, but Hampin Zarya is also insane, right? So I think if I'm Falcons, I'm actually really happy with the Zarya mirror as well. So I don't feel the need to like one up it anymore, right? Plus it feels like Falcons have like really clear ideas of how they want to do their bubble trades. And this just starts to look like, is Proper on his best hero? Yeah. Is Hampin on one of his best heroes? Yeah. Is Fielder on one of his best heroes? Yeah. Shiyu on one of his best heroes? Yeah. Stalker, every hero is basically his best hero. So whatever Stalker plays is really fine, you know? Like, all of a sudden, we've actually developed a style and a comp that feels like it ticks a lot of boxes in terms of what we would like the meta to be. All right. Everything cleaned up off a result of that Nano Barrage. All right, so now Ray v Ray situation. I think it's kind of like, it's a relatively even ult situation, but also I feel like with some of these ults, you know, when we see like Kiri Lucio versus Kiri Lucio, and you can kind of just like group up as 5, Kitsune rush, they'll Kitsune rush back, you beat, they beat, you know, and you just sort of play a bit of a push and pull game to see like who plays it better. I feel with this, it's not really a push and pull game. Because, like, Ray, Blade, Grav, all these ults just kill so fucking hard that you can't just do this big push and pull. You just lose to, like, a big Grav or something. You just die to the Ray, right? And there's not enough mitigation and survival. So Fielder and Proper are going to be getting active. Violet's going to be 1 HP. Blade comes out from Proper. Defensive Bubble is good. Flora's also found a kill during this as well. So there's like a lot of things happening at the same time. Yeah, good kill. Good kill by both, right? And again, we're going to see, if you watch it from Fielder's POV, you see how he drops the speed ring, and then now all of a sudden, we're going to speed ring. Everyone gets the speed ring. We're going to go in different directions. So then it feels like the ult plan just feels better. Right, from better setup than Falcons. Same thing we saw on Suravasa in terms of like the idea of how they want to like set everything up, use their ultimates, feels a bit more in control. Flora gets a good counter pick for what it's worth. And Pelican actually even shuts down Proper as well. But then the Grav comes out. Do they have enough? Oh, Pelican's so low. Hampin kills both. But it is actually... reload, low, so low. One bubble just in time. Gets both kills. Then the pocket. But if I remember right, Bernard's going to grab this and trade it, right? Like, actually, feels like such an outrageous take from Bernard, no? I guess it's like a 3v3 on their side of a map, but I don't know. Is my PC dying? Hold on, let me... Hold on. It might be my NVIDIA broadcast. I can turn it off. Hold on. I can turn it off, but it might mean... Let's see. If I do that... 2 questions then. 1, does my mic still sound okay? And 2, does it feel smoother? It looks okay on my preview, but I don't know if that translates. Alright. So you might get a little bit more background noise when I'm like pressing the keyboards and stuff, but it shouldn't be anything too disruptful. Should he have grabbed early? I guess that was the question, right? Let me go back. Yeah, I feel like there's probably like a grab, maybe even before all of this. I guess maybe he didn't have it till mid-fight. Because like a grab now to catch like Fielder or something, or a grab here as they're pushing in or something, feels really reasonable. But he also doesn't have it until like right now. Like, maybe there's a grab right now, you know? But you can, it also still doesn't look as great, right? Because it's just going to be a solo grab onto Hanbin. And you're 2-1 up, right? So maybe I think he's probably hoping he doesn't need to use it more than anything. And then I think, he realizes after like Pelican and Flora get traded that maybe they're actually not out of it. Okay. Yeah, I think he thought he could get away with not using it, and then when Pelican and Flora die, he's like, fuck. I don't want to concede any more meters. Alright, so we're going to try and walk out quickly while Hanbin's respawning. Have to Kiani just give the space here, Falcons. Pelican has Blade. Fielder nearly has like a nano for a counter nano. I think he... Are we at second perk? Not quite at second perk yet. So it doesn't have a self nano. So yeah, similar thing. Again, I just feel a little bit like, maybe he's got enough of an angle. I don't know. There's a little bit when they go with Blade that I just like to see Flora go further forward. Maybe it's just like a bit of an anti-timing. He catches both rockets. Yeah, you know, like by the time he peaks, everyone's gone. Just, it was slightly out of sync, ever so slightly. No, I'm not partaking. I've got some other stuff to do to get ready for tomorrow. But I know Chrissy's playing. Alright, but other than that, Pelican actually gets some business done with the Blade, right? So nothing too dramatic happens. Cool. Nice little one and done, just for power of a bubbled Blade. For the Face It ones, yeah, they're PC only. Alright, Propper's trying to make his way in the flank, has to dash out. That's just another nano barrage. It's actually just so fucked. It's just so fucked, isn't it? Like, what is... There's things like this. You know, I think a few people were asking earlier, right? Is this for final meta? It just, when I look at it on the surface, it just feels like it can't be You know, it's just too easy, right? It's just too easy. Like, he doesn't press bubble. Violet isn't quite able to react with Suzu. Fuck. And Violet actually dies as well. Again, there's a question like, could Pelican have just been readier? Yeah, I mean, it's hard when, but it's so much harder now the Barrage can move, right? Yeah, you're probably right. I've over-distracted a bit by Proper, but it's still just fucked, right? Like, Bernard had both bubbles, but you just get one shot. Pelican's gonna swap Tracer now. I'm kind of interested by this swap because I think he only plays it for like a minute though. Hey, Inerch. I think he only plays it for a minute. I guess because part of the problem is I think that is why a lot of people play Pharah on this map. Because it's good in the first fight, and also in terms of controlling, you know, we always talk about like side fights and side space, and just this is so favoured to the Pharah. Like fighting in this area, like if we look at it from Pelican's POV, just like, what the fuck is he supposed to do, you know? Like, really, quite literally and figuratively fighting a really uphill battle. Cheers, great, yeah. Oh, fuck. Actually, this guy's playing Assassin's Creed. Alright, so Proper's going to try and move it in the flank while they do this. Grav just onto Bernard. Bob comes out. Ray comes out. Bernard lives? Hold on, let's... As they dash through. He gets for Suzu. Bob gets involved. Fuck, it's... Suzu's one bubble. Bubbles again. Suzu. Varea's on him permanently. Double pocket. Bob's going to tank some of it as well. Fuck. And they've actually managed to survive for Grav. What's he aiming at? No idea. Just trying to live, mate. Just trying to live. Yeah. Probably just trying to hide his head a little bit. I don't know if it makes any difference. Just fucking... He probably presumes he's dead, really. But actually, like... And this is actually a huge fight, right? Because I think anytime you break for Grav, like, I think the same reason we talk about, like, the Malga cage being so pivotal, it's really good. Or really, like, a momentum swing factor if you can break for Grav fight, right? So they traded Rays, but this is like, it's a 2 for 2, but a way better 2 for 2 for Zeta Division. Pelican's going to respawn as well, back on Genji. His Tracer adventures well and truly over. Still a very difficult situation. Have for Grav to walk with now. Bubble onto Viana, and we're going to try and walk a little bit at the same time. Flora's going to try and peek, like the Mega side. Doesn't really get anything. They've at least reclaimed some space off this, right? Like Bernard's able to walk a little bit. Just makes a play. Yeah, just makes a play. They're going to drop the Grav as well. Yeah, it probably seems reasonable enough since they Nanoblade, right? Because what, you're about to be 2 up. But you gotta be so worried about this Nano Blade. Proper gets the kill, but he gets back in there. Oh! Just about deal with everything. And this is actually 2 fights in a row now. So Zeta Vision have just won a fight versus Grav, and they've just won a fight versus Nano Blade. So this is like a huge momentum for them in terms of winning like really hard fights, economically speaking. Alright, so Proper and Field are flanking. So off the Ana now as well. Off the Ana as well. Then gonna trade a bubble, pop the Kitsune Rush, and just no escape. Or no escape for Hanbin, right? Like a classic. Just force him to press 1 bubble. But he actually manages to hold on to both bubbles. He just doesn't press any bubbles. Was he fair? I mean... oh. I thought it was just like, let's go trade a bubble, then we'll press our Kitsune Rush to keep going. But Hanbin, so disciplined, he doesn't even press any bubble. Because, like, Fielder and Proper on a big flank, right? So there's no Suzu for him either. Was he expecting this barrage to come sooner? Like, is he sort of trying to, like, rather than try to disengage, is he just sort of trying to bait himself, essentially? You know, so he's going to stop the payload before cap, and then he's just sort of trying to take attention onto him, and then hopefully either Proper does something from this window or this side, or Stalker does something from this side, right? And he can bubble him in. And even if he dies, if they can get a kill with Barrage or Proper gets a kill or something. But it just feels like the timings, yeah. Just Proper and Stalker just don't move quickly enough. I don't know if Stalker runs into something. Ah, like he's so softly marked, you know? But then in theory Proper should be free, but then... yeah. And now we're going to go for it. Now we're going to go for it without the Proper setup. They survive for barrage timing, which has been a huge thing for them. And Bernard just becomes full energy raid boss. Alright, then all of a sudden, 3 fights in a row now. And again, you want to talk about, like, win the grab fight, win the Nanoblade fight, win the barrage fight. If you've won all of those fights in a row, the enemy should in theory be pretty much out of ultimates. And you've broken 3 very difficult situations. Now Stalker's going to go May. Presumably, logic is fairly simple. That Zarya is just really bad at dealing with walls. You just start to exploit and bully the Zarya a lot here with a front line. No ultimates though, so still very much ult advantage for Zeta. Fielder and Proper playing on the flank. Gonna go with the Blade. Suddenly, all of a sudden, right, just like... looked at all the other maps, right, in terms of like Flora and some of the earlier fights in this map too, or Flora just not seems to be quite ready. Now all of a sudden, Pelican's going and Flora is ready. Proper's going to try and play for a trade in the back here. Anything will do. Pelican's going to sort of seen as no good target. Goes for Hanbin instead. Easy enough cleanup. Finn and Violet seem to do a relatively good job of looking after each other. Looking after Flora as well. This Fielder is just trying to shoot him in the back. Violet's got it no problem though. Can she not jump over the wall with a minor perk? Maybe. I don't know. But that also has the grab perk as well, for what it's worth. You can, yeah? Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's useful, actually. Yeah. It's not going to help Burner on this particular situation, unfortunately. But it's useful to know. It's useful to know. It's still good information. Alright, Bob round the corner. It's not the most high value Bob, but you're just happy. Honestly, you don't really care that much, I think, if you're ZETA. You're kind of really happy with just like, oh, fuck it. We'll just gain these meters. Alright, Ray back out in response. ZETA are, like, really far away when this happens. Floral coach going out. Finn's gonna grab back. Hambin's, oh my god. He's so close. They're so close to living, actually, aren't they? Did Bernard try and bubble the grab? Oh, fuck. If he bubbles for grab, I think they both live. You know? Oh, fuck. Like, Hambin's last right click kills both of them. But also, if Pelican doesn't kill him, then he has another shot as well, you know? Alright. I don't know about this grab from Bernard here, because the fight feels really lost, right? The fact that they've ran out and pressed all three, I think it's actually a really, it's a really bad choice to grab here. I guess they win it, but I don't know. You win it, but what do you gain, right? Are they even going to gain a meter off it? Literally don't even gain a meter off it, you know?
60 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that's a big mistake, actually. Honestly, both of Bernard's grabs have felt a little bit dodgy so far. Worth noting, Stalker's back on Ash as well. Just taking a full mirror now. Interesting that they both given up on Vianna as well, right? They both felt like, Vianna's just having like too hard a time in some of these situations. Versus like the bubble Genji. Alright, Pambin has to bubble first. I think Bernard still has both, yeah. Now you're happy just to bleed a little bit of time off the clock.
They took the road to make up ground.
Alright. Clip secured. Nice blade from Proper, right? You see, he wins the fight on the side. You know, he gets like the deflex out of Pelican, and then he's just like, I can go now. Pops for blade. They get the fight win. Cool. About as efficient as you could hope for Falcons as well. Obviously, I do very much give the impression ZETA are just happy to bank ults for this overtime fight. She only has Ray. Again, eyes on Proper bottom left. Oh, I remember this one actually. Like, this is the one where Stalker doesn't bob right. Yeah, Stalker doesn't bob. I think I remember, this is what I feel like I remember us rewinding at the time that happened. It's like, he's 98% here. Gonna coach gun away. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, I can kind of see why he wants to hold it, because he wants it to be like down one of these lanes here, essentially, right? And he thinks they're going to survive with the Ray. Like after Fielder survives, I think they're all going to survive. Just so Overwatch Pros kill it in Mecha Tourney, or Overwatch Pros for best. Is that the China event, right? I saw some people tweeting about it. I guess Overwatch Pros just are the best. Alright, and Venice's fight just really cooked. Flora's gonna hit a flank bob as well. Dante, Hydra on False and Sam. It's actually a classic NA lineup, isn't it? Oh, you... Fuck. Alright. The map had just ended. Alright, give it a sec. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink while my Overwatch has a little sec to figure itself out. So I'll run an advert as well, and then we can take a look at another one. Anything more? I feel weird about the career games because I don't think we're gonna get the same matchups on the weekend. But maybe we can look at some of EMEA or North America as well. Ooh. Yeah, let me grab a drink and then we can figure it out from there. no, we've gone. Have we had not yet? No, we've gone Korea first. Because the Korea games are tomorrow, so I wanted to watch some of it. I guess my initial thoughts after those 2 maps is... Did I close it again? We're not watching the cheater race again. My worry now is, are ZETA cooked? Obviously, stuff can change in a week, right? But if I'm ZETA Division, my path is I have to play Crazy Raccoons. Lost to Crazy Raccoons 2 weeks ago. Feel like the way the meta's shifting, because the most... we saw ZETA try and run a lot of Amalga previously. This one here against Crazy Raccoon, right? Saw them run a decent amount of Amalga, decent amount of Diva, and they lost. Well, they lost significantly more than they won. The Winston matches up nicely into the Diva. The Zarya isn't going to be any use to them against Crazy Raccoon, I don't think. And then, obviously, you only need to get top 2, right? You only need to get top 2. But this series against Falcons, I know they just won that Esperança, but I also feel like Falcons gave it away, right? Gave it away with, they lost, there was like those 3 fights in the middle that we watched, right? Where they lose for Grav, they lose the Grav Ray fight, they lose the Nanoblade fight, and they lose the Barrage fight. So there's like 2 situations there where Falcons try and clutch and they lose pretty hard. It feels like Hanbin does have the Zarya gap. I mean, I think Hanbin probably is just the best Zarya in the world, but it feels like they have a Zarya gap. So if ZETA don't feel they can win on the Zarya, they don't really have a swap open to them. I mean, the Ram was in theory, that was for like counter swap again thing, but that also didn't work. So yeah, maybe it's going to be the same old, where it's just going to be Falcons Crazy Raccoon. I don't think Crazy Raccoon 4-0 ZETA or anything like that. Like, I think they still trade maps, you know? But the problem is... I think ZETA just don't have a good matchup. Like, they probably have a good matchup into Wei, for what it's worth. So they'll get themselves to the lower bracket. But I don't think they have a good matchup into... Well, they need to beat... Obviously, they need to beat Wei, but they also need to beat one of Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons, right? They need to stop one of them to keep themselves, to get themselves that top 2 spot. And I don't know. Doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it. Even like not thinking about the players that much, even just thinking about the comp matchups. You think Wei beats Falcons? Yeah, the problem is, if Wei beat Falcons, then we just get ZETA versus Falcons here, right? And it's the same problem. It's the same problem. Then they just get eliminated by Falcons potentially. Hey Renato, I'm doing well, thank you. Hope you're good too. Yeah, pretty good day so far. Had a relatively productive day. Went food shopping. My friends are coming on the weekend, so got food for that. Cleaned the house a bit. Did the bathrooms. Did, like, cleaned a lot of the surfaces. Gonna hoover tomorrow, I think. Yeah, so just gonna watch some Overwatch in the afternoon. And then get ready for tomorrow. I don't know. Is there any more of this that's worth watching? Yeah, I am gonna shave my head tomorrow. Yeah. I need to find the pump for the airbed as well. I'm hoping it's just in with it, but I've not checked. I'll check before tomorrow. Is China starting this weekend? Yes, but it's like the open qualifiers. So just like a giant Swiss style tournament, I think. Oh, wait, here you go. Do you want the menu, Coleman? So, we're going to be out Saturday, so I presume we'll just eat out and about. But food-wise, I was thinking tomorrow, peri-peri chicken thighs, mac and cheese, coleslaw. Some garlic bread as well. And then obviously that covers Tobes because he's vegetarian. There'll still be plenty of stuff for him to eat. And then the rest of us get slightly more chicken thighs as well. Are we going to make enough mac for the whole village again? I might do. I might do. All about the thighs? Coleman a week, but yeah, don't worry. It's important that we just eat 1 billion pounds of food and then go for a suit fitting the next day. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, huh? All right. I feel like I mean, there's more to look at for Korea, but I'm also conscious of like trying to get the most of out of the time here, and I don't know what else we're going to really glean from any of these other maps. So should we go EMEA? EMEA or North America? I feel like EMEA is more interesting. When's China? It starts this weekend, but the real competition starts on, when is it? It's like so it's like open qualifiers this weekend, and then there's like a big round robin 21st, 22nd, 23rd. I think that one's not officially streamed, but a bunch of the Chinese casters and stuff are going to do something for it. So I might do those ones next weekend. And then the official, like, I think it's top 8 starts on the 27th of March, and then the playoffs are the 4th, 5th, and 6th of April. So it's going to be like Chinese action basically every week for a while. Ooh. So then, what should we do? Should we just do Qadsiah versus TU? We're gonna go with their Malga heavy direction. I actually want this one. EMEA. Oh, we're already at the bottom. Nice. Double limb bracket. Twisted Mind versus TU. Are they not here? Bastards. Where are they? Hold on. See if Chris is gone. Oh wait, wait. They should be on Face It, right? There we go. History replays. We'll just start at the start. Why not, right? Is Hunter going to cast Asia playoffs? Yeah. Hunter's on for the whole weekend. I think what most teams are doing is they're going to go for like a long, like a 2 to 3 week break or something, and then they're going to start back up scrims. Then they're going to go boot camp in Korea, and then they'll head over to China. So, because we got quite a lot, it's not until like mid-April, right? So it's still over like, what's that, like a month and a week away, like 5 or 6 weeks away. Pardon me. So it'll be a big ramp up for everyone, but I'm gonna take the break where they can get it. All right. So we saw Malga v Malga basically the whole time. Which teams are boot camping in Korea? All of them. All of them. No silver bullet. You won't have to go outside. Don't worry. There'll be some Chinese Overwatch to watch in the meantime, and there'll be relegation promotion as well. Even Nightmare? Yeah, I think everyone's heading to Korea. Everyone's heading to Korea, and then on to China. They just went to Florida last time, and they've learned, you know? Because last time they went to Florida, everyone goes to Korea. So if you go to Florida, everyone goes to Korea, you're going to have shit scrims as a result. So, learn the lesson this time. Let's also go to Korea. I swear Qadsiah have Saudi E-League. When is it, though? Because they're not flying out now. It'll be like mid-April or something they fly out. It'll be like the week before the event or something, maybe. Maybe a little bit longer. You're going to Korea as well? Fuck. I can't believe Turlands is also going to Korea. Everyone's going to be in Korea. How's Chris holding up? Yeah, I think he's alright. We'd already spoken that much, just a little bit in group chat, but I think he's fine. You know, like the what's we call it? Like the normal amount of sad for how things have gone. Alright. What happens here then? Go on then. Let's because this seems to be a problem. Yeah, it just takes half damage before even. Have I gone back too far? So yeah, like loses 300 HP before we go for the stomp, goes for it. Ziad manages to stomp to avoid it, and then it's just over just like that. Maybe there was like a, did we have a Suzu available still? Oh, we're just late on the Suzu. Late on the Suzu, but Qadsiah also gets himself in a right old pickle. And this fight is just over before it begins. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like we talked about it a lot. I don't know if anyone was watching live when we watched the grand finals of this. It was Qadsiah versus Virtus Pro. And we talked a lot about like Qadsiah's, I guess, tempo and aggression. And Ziad had always been willing to stomp first. But actually, Qadsiah really pulling the trigger super early there. Alright, disrupt shots to clear the turret. Qadsiah's going to swing on Ziad. Again, Ziad's just like, it's just all it's just slightly out of sync, right? Like, because Kai kind of peaks at the same time to get the opportunity, but Qadsiah, it's not, everyone's just got the angle on him, really. Now Ziad has the HP advantage. He's also just going to fucking beam Kai. Tries to hit the counter pin. And yeah, HP advantage, so he keeps going. That's just easy from that. Yeah, no. I don't know if I would have preferred just to see something a little bit slower here. Like, Ziad's gotten his corner right, but if you look at, like, how many people are peeking, they kind of get both things, right? They get, like, all of these people peeking on Qadsiah, and Lubza gets to peek this as well, so he threatens backline. Like, Kai's a little bit slower on peeking this angle. What's probably also true is these sort of slow force and spam out fights are just going to favour the tall version of the comp, right? Because Checkmate's just going to do 1 billion damage compared to Kev in these situations. Unless they can get, like... I feel like what you probably want more of is there an opportunity for Qadsiah to maybe land here? Like, kill the turret. Can Qadsiah go with the stomp? Can Kevs to follow up as well with, like, Faith? And then maybe that just feels like a little bit better rather than like the slower, pokier fight. So I'm sure if I look at this from Checkmate's point of view, there's probably some decent damage in here. Nothing spectacular, but yeah. And then once they have Kai kill, they have huge HP advantage over KSA. Good decision to keep pushing the advantage, right? Alright, so super quick one. Landon has a slightly faster Kitsune rush. Alright, Qadsiah are going to go to what looks like identical hold to last time. Okay, this time they do go in aggressively, right? And we see... Hold on, I'll take some of this natural light while it still fucking exists. So this time, yeah, don't play the slower fight. Kev's just going to go in, forces immediate Suzu actually. And we see a lot of teams doing this, right? Like the Genji leads for wave and the Malga comes in for the stomp afterwards. And it's going to go pretty perfectly, right? A pretty perfect start for TU. Going to get Haku on the floor. Ah, he manages to live. Lup's just going to find a kill as everyone comes flooding in. They also have the Kitsune rush as well. Yeah, just a bit of a weak attempt from Faith in all of this. Because Kevsa has got himself out. He's gone in, forced for Suzu, got out behind. And now if there was just like a... Like this moment here, I feel like if anything, either if you're Faith, you just sort of go out, go back. Or if you end up on Kev's position, it's not really the end of the world either, right? And then it's kind of a shame that no one's there to like follow up on KSA's stomp either. Like Haku lives, but like KSA hits for stomp, but Haku's like he's just, you know, if he's just here instead, he's probably immediately dead. And then Ziad's counter stomp is good as well, right? Probably helps save his life as well. And then the Faith kill ends up being relatively easy. Kai still finds one, Kev's still behind, but the damage is really done. Also, they had Kitsune rush advantage as well during all of it. I don't know if there's like a... Do they have time to wait, really? Nah, he's like... I don't know. I think there's probably time to wait for the Kitsune rush as well, right? Yeah, it's like, I do agree with the overall idea that actually they want to be the ones to engage. What were the bans? Hold on. I'm getting it. Diva and Juno were banned. Do you know why Sky's in? My presumption is most of it is just like hero pool based, right? Like between the Kiri and Juno. Remember, obviously, they have to submit the roster before they see the hero bans as well, right? So if Juno was available, I'm sure they'd be playing Juno. And from what I understand, I don't think Twilight has a Juno, at least yet. give him a hot minute on that one. I mean, I've never seen Twilight play Juno, and the hero's quite new, right? So, you know, can piece together a few things here. All right, Zia's going to go back onto point again. Exact same setup right here from Qadsiah, every single hold. KSA is going to try and stomp onto Ziad, doesn't get it. Counter stomp lands from Ziad. Kitsune rush comes out. But then it's a molten core in a cage. So it's just fucked, is it not? Like, what can Hack is going to beat for no discernible reason. But it's actually so fucked. I mean, I don't know if there's an argument here that actually, because the ult situation is kind of fucked, that by doing this, like by KSA stomping here instead, just onto Ziad, what it allows Qadsiah to do is just take a really standard fight, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, 5 of you will stand here, 5 of us will stand here. We can press, overclock, you can press Kitsune rush, then we can respond with like a molten core. I mean, it is still like a very heavy-handed response, but I think it's probably enough for them just to win map off it. So I don't know if, again, like, really TU would have been forced to do something like similar to the fight they did in the previous fight, right? Except this time they go with Kitsune rush, and then maybe Kevsa can find something, maybe stuff like this. But we saw this situation quite a lot on control point, especially, right? Where the ult snowball. If I pause it now, really hard to win when you only get 1 of your 5 ults in a round, you know? all just sort of snowballs from that early KSA, like the first fight where KSA just dies immediately. Then the next fight, maybe they could have played it a little bit slower. Had a better chance if they had Qadsiah rush as well. Faith could have played it better. Alright. Honestly, I feel like we're getting away with the replays a fair amount here. Alright, really the same one. So immediately we see like a much wider formation, right, from TU. Sky's going to pocket KSA, Kai's going to swing an angle, Faith and Kevsa are going to try and have some kind of impact here. Obviously there's no Genji to meet him as well, so in theory Faith and Kevsa can actually play to do quite a lot. They take down the turret. Lupta and Kai swing in like identical or like mirrored positions. KSA's going to swing, but Lupta's just going to kill somebody. Cheers. Fuck. They actually won the neutral, right? Like, I know they didn't win the neutral because their Kiriko died, but if I look at the HP and I look at what ZETA has to do, it's actually worked, right? Like, this time, they've swung from a wider set of positions. They've got map control. Got some poke out onto checkmate here. And again, because now checkmate everyone's sort of pocketing checkmate a little bit, they're forcing him. KSA's able to get the swing. I imagine Kai's going to land some kind of relevant damage here. Has rail. Now they're going to swing. Yeah, body shot onto checkmate. Ziad's going to get forced out. Now they just don't have a main source of healing, so really we need KSA to fucking like crash out. Zia's going to try and swing. Still losing it, actually. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, we can't skip on this one. As soon as I opened my mouth to say we were doing lucky, we were doing quite lucky on it. Not on this one. The problem is now we have to try and get back to the point where we left it, right? So do you think I can get away with just skipping back to it again? You know what they say about gambling? You just have to keep gambling in these situations. Always gamble? Yeah, that's alright. We gambled and we got ourselves into trouble, but now what we can do is we can gamble to get ourselves out of trouble. See? And we've gone too far. Yeah, the first round was really quick. Oh, fucks. I should have looked at the time before I left it. It's alright. Because you know what they say about third time lucky? So now we are very much in a third time lucky situation. So I'm not worried about this next one. Not worried about this next one at all. Feeling third time lucky? Good, me too. A real good feeling about this. A real good feeling. Right. Right, don't go so far this time. Because we can always just fast forward, right? It's okay. You know what they say about fourth time lucky? You know what they say about fourth time lucky? Because if you thought third time lucky was powerful, you don't even know how powerful fourth time lucky can be. Feels like we've had this issue forever. Yeah, I think it's still going to be around for a good couple of weeks as well. So, that's what Speedo said. He spoke to some developers and he thinks it's still like a couple of weeks out until it's fixed. So, we'll deal with that. All right. You know what? Let's... Let's just fast forward, right? Because it was the quickest round of cough imaginable. Is mid-season next week? I believe so, yeah. I think it's the 18th, right? It's for Tuesday. Oh. I kind of want to skip again. I'm actually so impatient. Oh, 4th time lucky. Oh, it's perfect as well. 4th time lucky. Never stop gambling. Never stop gambling. Alright, so both stages are going to get railed. Turret's going to be killed. And then they're going to win the HP trade on the Mauga. Kai hits a shot that forces checkmate to D-peak, but Lubda hits a better shot because it kills Sky. Alright, remember, we can't skip. I need to, like, forget the muscle memory. Alright, Kev's just going to dive in. Faith's going to get involved. This is some of the power we talked about, right? You see, like, it's a lot easier to do it on this map here, where there's more space, right? On Volcano, we saw a very compact formation again from Qadsiah, right? Where they just had, like, a 4-man group and then their Mauga here. And they can actually, on Volcano, they can control the entire map with this formation. Whereas on this map, if you do something like this and your Mauga stands here, all of a sudden you don't really have control of this side, you don't really have control of this side, and Inferior Lucio Genji can do a lot more. So even losing Sky early. Kev's just... I nearly pressed rewind. Alright, see you, Wilder. No, this is from the lower bracket final, ZCX. Alright, so Kai's going to get one onto... Oh. So all still trading. 3v3. Suzu used onto KSA. Body shot onto Landon. Haku's going to respond to that. Landon's going to take this duel really aggressively. But he's going to win it? Alright. Actually just a Landon gap here. Going to win it. Then TP's out. Still pockets Ziad. First fight will continue. Basically a reset. Alright, this time Ziad's going to swing again. Looks, again, feels like he's actually losing this trade. You see, they try and swing, you know, talk about getting the angles to win this Mauga trade. They're going to try and swing both at the same. And now all of a sudden, because of the way it's worked in terms of respawns and everyone not quite set up for the fight, this isn't really how TU want their formation to look, but everyone's still sort of flooding back. Counterpin comes out. Kitsune Rush is, like, notably quicker for Landon, obviously, because Landon has just been healing and didn't die this entire time. And then it's just fucked. Yeah, no, those ones are always frustrating. Remember the same thing, like, as a coach, you watch these fights where, like, you do a lot of the things right, you apply the theory, but someone just gets fucking magic picked beforehand. Just fucking brutal. Really frustrating. Alright, Kitsune Rush advantage now for Sky, but doesn't quite have it just yet. Kev's just going to go Farah as well. Seems reasonable enough, right? Now they're both going to be able to play the slow fight, but again, in theory, Kevsa should be able to make more use of the space than Checkmate can. Alright, Faith's going to cop a body shot. You can see as well, now there's no Genji, Lubda also feels a little bit like he sees Farah on one side of the map. He's going to try and take the space opposite, essentially. Gonna go in here, KSA. He goes, he gets the counterpin, he hits the cage. Ziad is caught in it. Beat from Haku catches everyone. Lubda's on the flank right now. Everyone's getting involved in the cage. Sky has the Kitsune Rush as well. Haku's gonna get caught. Haku just a bit slow on the disengage. KSA continues to push his HP advantage after this. Hits a super high value stomp. Actually couldn't be higher value. KSA is gonna kill everyone. Alright, so it feels pretty reasonable, right? A lot of that just coming through KSA. They trade cage for beat. They managed to take the fight before any of them reasonable ults are up. They use Kitsune Rush as well. Match support ults, but they have the cage. And actually, even though they're losing percentage-wise, it actually feels like TU have managed to win the HP trade with the Malgas. Way more on this map. when it suits their comp a little bit more. Alright, Checkmate's going to go try and mark for Farah. Faith's going to come over to try and help as well. Kevster's on the high ground though, so they can't actually really do anything about Kevster's position. Kai's going to pop the overclock.
This ends now.
Damage onto Ziad again. He's going to be forced all the way out. Kitsune Rush. Oh, sorry. Overclock in response from Lubta as well. And I nearly pressed rewind. Lubta wins the battle. Now we can see like a change of style a little bit, where Checkmate's trying to play a little bit wider as well. Cage is going to come out. Oh, fuck. Lubta's so lucky to survive, actually. Oh, this is where KSA got out of a fight. KSA got out of a cage. Gets back in the cage. I don't know if they really could have stalled it out, because they're essentially what? It's a 5v3. I mean, maybe could have still stalled it out a little bit longer, really. Like, come and done a pin back in or something. Like, low percentage fight, but maybe they could have done a bit more out of it. Whatever the next match is, probably... The LAN itself is like the 18th of April, I think it starts. But there's going to be China OWCS like a couple of weeks before that. And the promotion relegation as well. And obviously, the next games are actually the Asia playoffs, which are start tomorrow, which will be all the Korean teams fighting it out for their spots at China. That's probably the headline one, actually. All right. So this time we see Qadsiah a very different type of formation. They're trying to change their formation to suit the map, basically. Now they're going to play with a classic sort of side fight group, main fight group. KSA is going to try and stomp out this side. He's going to be very successful. Landon has to TP to heal Checkmate. This means Ziad is a little bit separated. Faith's going to beat push into this now. Beat Barrage. Ziad's going to get caught by that. Kitsune Rush from Landon can't save him. They Molten Core as well to try and relieve some of the pressure. Doesn't work. Alright, full control now. Checkmate's going to get beamed down. Just need to care Lubta. Sky's got both of those on lock. Alright. All seems quite reasonable so far. What could go wrong? Alright, Kitsune Rush advantage now. Haku nearly up to his second beat. Again, Kev's just playing this position because it's just so obnoxious because you get to mark on his side, plus you have an angle for point. Why have we seen like 0 BAP in these past weeks? Just too easy to die. Too easy to die. Like, doesn't feel that great into the Mauga, doesn't feel that great into Diva especially, or Winston or Ball or all of these things. So a lot of what's powerful tank-wise match up really nicely. And really, like Kiri, Juno, Lucio, all just better survivability than Baptiste. And they all get to do plenty more as well. Same with Anna, right? Like again, just like more impact. Alright, now Checkmate's going to make the swap onto Genji, which means he can actually get Kevster out of this position. We'll get Kevster out of this position. And now there's almost a bit of inverse of styles from the start of the map, right? Now that Qadsiah have the Lucio Genji, they should be able to dominate these positions a lot more. Try and find more opportunities to put pressure onto Sky, Kai. Alright, Kev's just going to be harassing in main. Kitsune Rush comes in and Ziad stomps in, so Ziad should be very dead, it feels like. Haku does have B to try and save him out of it. Goes for the stomp, Kai's going to dodge it. Ziad's going to die before beat. And this is... it's actually just fucked, isn't it? Alright, so it ends up being a 4-man beat. I mean, Ziad goes so far, to be fair. He's also just stomping into like a team with full cooldowns. Alright, KSA's going to anchor point, and they should just be able to clean up from here. KSA's going to cage. KSA's going to cage. I feel they should have to clean up anyway. I know we're approaching like last fight territory if they get kills this late, etc. But obviously, problem A is no one's in the fucking cage, right? So problem A is no one's in the cage. Problem 2 is everything feels fine, right? Look at the HP on TU, everything's fine. And not only that, but we actually get no cleanup kills as a result either. Alright, gonna go for another one. Suzu out from Landon. Has his TP. Kev's just find Haku in main, so they should still be good for it. Ziad's gonna trade Kai. They managed to... Checkmate is all over. Oh. All over Sky. He'll be okay. They managed to stabilize here. Suzu forced, avoids the stomp back. Suzu used, will reload. Okay, the winner eventually. Alright, get the cleanup. Now be next round. I nearly pressed skip. I need to like keep my hand in the air. Alright, but theory and approach felt better for TU. Still some beefs, right? Like some people dying before the fight. KSA misses his cage. Some things that are messy, but it feels like the idea of a theory starts to actually pay dividends a little bit more there. Alright, so now Kev's just going to be playing the Pharah, so again we see like if I'm Qadsiah, more interested in actually Ziad being more aggressive. Can my Lucio Genji take a lot of attention and or get a lot of value, right? And then the idea is either they have to put a lot of resources into marking Genji Lucio, and then Ziad can maybe find stomp value, or vice versa, right? They keep Ziad in check, but the Lucio Genji gets taken over. So Kai's going to play the opposite side from this, and Kev's going to probably just try and mark this as much as he can. Cool. Pretty good marking so far. Pretty good marking so far. Kev has contained this. He's going to peek back into the Sojourn. We'll be okay. If they kill Ziad on point. Alright. Okay, so I think, I don't know, my gut instinct would be that actually I just want Kev to keep leaning whatever side for Lucio Genji goes, because this is a pretty good place for Pharah to play. And this can be a pretty good place for Pharah to play as well. You can still like spam and harass these angles. So I think you just want to do that. Stop their Lucio Genji getting value. And then if you can do that, you should in theory just win over time a lot, especially when you have control of point. Yeah, they're on Face It. I can send you, where is it? Or if you go on Liquipedia, you can get them from all matches, but this is for this particular one. But if you go on Liquipedia, click on the match you want, and then click on this little Face It thing, it will take you to this match page. Ooh. Okay, so incomplete control. Kev's just leaning left-hand side again. We're going to go for a coast retake this time. Checkmate is actually underneath by himself now. He's being very sneaky. I remember this actually, so I think Checkmate actually whiffs everything. They get themselves onto point. They're going to use the deflect to try and win the front line. Trade. KSA turns away for a second. Now they've taken over all of the high ground. Kai's going to swing here. Landon should get forced out. Landon will get killed. I want to go back. I didn't see exactly what happened to KSA. They've managed to trade him though. And maybe Kevster as well. I really want to go back. I really want to press rewind, but I can't. I didn't see exactly what happened to KSA, because it felt like, again, they sort of got space on point, but it looked like KSA was here. We had Kai and Faith here. And they were literally killed Landon, like Sky was with them as well. I don't know if it's just like, take their eyes off KSA for a little bit. But I feel like even if they conceded flip for it, they probably were just fine to win that fight long run. Alright, retake now. Ult's just about to come up. Again, Barrage should be able to do a lot here. You've got concussive implosion. Alright, counterspin comes out. Ziad ends up actually falling off as this Qadsiah Rush trade comes in, which should in theory be really bad for Qadsiah now. Checkmate's gonna blade though. Or Suzu, Barrage comes out. KSA's coming for him. Checkmate gets out. Feels pretty even, right? KSA is booped back in. I don't know if it was really booped back in. It just felt like he ends up back in main. Again, like, none of the fights really happening on his Qadsiah Rush. I guess it's like both teams' Qadsiah Rushes here, so it's volatile. Faith's going to amp. Checkmate's now all over Qadsiah after the barrage. Lubda's going to slide in really aggressively. They're going to cage as well. Just going to die and reset. Yeah, no, I didn't see exactly how KSA got low. It felt like, in general, though, Ziad was just able to, like... They sort of taken his Qadsiah Rush trade, but Ziad never commits in the room. Then he back waits out the barrage, then goes in for a later stomp. And that's where he really wins the trade with KSA, after those first set of ults come out. Still, though, Cage was thrown in there at the end as well, so it's 3 of the big ults. KSA's Cage is still painfully slow. Retake now from Coast. Overclock to get it going. KSA's going to dip his toes onto point. Overclock comes out from both. Landon's forced to TP and Suzu. Body shot onto Faith. KSA's going to get stunned underneath. This was interesting, wasn't it? We haven't talked about it too much, but I think some people said it during the stream as well about him using both the... What's it called? The Kinetic Bandolier. It's a nice, easy to say name. And the Firewalker perks as well, which is basically just makes your pins... He got counter pins. Oh, you're right, Jamie. Yeah, that's what it'll be. It's actually like... Even though it felt bad initially, yeah, because I thought if anything it would go the other way, right? Like, this fight before, when like Ziad falls down here, all of a sudden you're to get taken a Qadsiah Rush trade with your Malga out of a fight. But actually, because there was a bunch of other ults and everything in play as well, actually meant Ziad was just took 0 damage because he was just fucking here while the ult trade was happening. And then he gets like a clean run back in. Yeah, you're right. Alright, this time though, Ziad is going to hit the stomp onto KSA. Beat will come through. Faith is going to match Beat. Fuck me. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. KSA catches the Beat. Still needs more help. KSA is, again, just like difference of a Malga position here. Like how much cover Ziad has versus how KSA is just here in front of everyone. So this means even though in theory TU's comp has more spam, it doesn't have more spam if the Malgas like present, or the amount of cover the Malgas have is massively different. Alright, both Malgas try and stomp, don't find anything. Checkmate's going to go get involved with the deflect as well. Landon's going to find a kill during all of this as well. I just have nothing on Faith. Kev's just trying to flank. Huh. Thanks, Perks. Okay, they're actually going to win this. Oh, KSA's caged. Oh, I really want to go back and see why we caged. You watch his POV versus BP. Yeah, I mean, it feels like he gets, like, if you're hitting it, I can see the value to it. But what I'm more surprised at is probably the second, like, the 2 hearts perk. I can see why the reload would be more useful in more situations, but I feel like with the extra overhealth one, that one seems, like, really powerful. Alright, so this cage feels like a massive waste now. Like, KSA's waited ages in this map to get it. and then has dropped it in what felt like a fight that was already won, really. Still have Barrage, slightly behind on Kitsune Rush. Where's Kev? So honestly, I think you could probably play this. You probably expect them to have Kitsune Rush, but I think again you could probably play it reasonably aggressive once they get close enough if you're TU. Oh, fuck. And Checkmate just gets in for free. Kills one. Kev's just going to do the same, but because it was like a Kiriko, there's just no healing now for KSA on point, right? So he just loses this quite hard. Faith is still battling away with Checkmate, while Haku is back around with Kevstar. Haku's going to win that one. Kitsune Rush comes out now, so no chance for Kevs to use Barrage. So I don't know. It feels like if I was TU, like I'm holding here, right? What I really want to happen is they have like Kitsune Rush, they can force point, they can maybe push us or something. Kevsa started this side with Velucio. Don't really hate that, but I just feel like there's maybe a timing for us to actually be the aggressors over the roof of a Barrage or something. Like make a move with this type of play. Like I know generally we want to be like the slower, play the slower fight with this, but I feel like with Barrage, especially if they have to retake into you, there's always a chance for that Barrage to try and get good value. And then they're playing the fight slow and then Checkmate just gets it and gets a kill for free. Feels like it should be illegal, you know? Like fair play to Checkmate, but from a TU perspective, I'd be pretty disappointed. And again, I look at this map, quite an even map, right? But there's just been multiple fights where TU just lose before it happens. Well, just lose the fight before it even really starts. And now it's super scuffed, even with Kev's Barrage. Yeah, Faith's going to die for the touch. Kai's not going to make it. I think Kai doesn't make it. Ah. Alright, hopefully we'll be luckier with this second code. Yeah, overall, I don't think that one doesn't feel that bad. Doesn't feel like the gap between the teams is like very big, right? Like a couple of poor cages from KSA, couple of poorly timed deaths from KSA and Sky as well. Just like magic picks before the fight type thing. And make it feel all a little bit worse. Oh, let's go back. All right, I'm gonna believe in the skipping. Suravasa was really bad from a TU perspective. Get back a little bit further.
Ready for 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint.
Oh yeah. Let me remind myself. Ban wise, Farah and Lucio banned. Alright, yeah. Kind of seems a little bit neither here nor there. Obviously, like, you force Haku onto Brig, which in theory a worse hero for him. You take the Farah away on the other side. So Kevsa can't play that. You force a Genji mirror. I think Smash talks about it as well, where it's like the Farah version of a comp's very slow, very pokey, whereas actually if you play the Genji version, you can be more active, and I think all the things we sort of saw from Qadsiah across the weekend really implies that's actually what they want to be doing in a lot of these scenarios. Alright. Alright, roll out slightly different directions. Ziad's just going to go for an immediate stomp. It's going to be a miss as well, but he just does like a little bit of a drive-by to cover as well. KSA is going to go for the stomp, goes for the... Fuck. It's just like... gambling. So, on the topic of gambling, we're going to see both Malgas go pretty aggressively for a stomp, but you feel like if you watch Ziad's here, it's kind of like, it's a drive-by, right? Obviously, maybe he can find something here if he catches anyone, like if KSA's a little bit further over or something. But if Ziad doesn't find everything, if we look at like Ziad's position he takes after the stomp, I mean, it's really fine, right? Like only, no one can really shoot at him. Whereas KSA is going to go for a stomp in return. And he doesn't land the stomp. He takes a lot of attention, but he's now just out in the open, right? So he's now, there's just a timer now before he gets bursted down. I think, to be fair, what Qadsiah finds for kill, actually. Yeah, so Qadsiah comes in, but like if Qadsiah doesn't find this kill, the fight's really fucked, right? Because ZETA also then has the stomp back sooner, also has the HP advantage. So it just feels like the fight's just played better by ZETA. I need to turn this back down again. There we go. But yeah, HP advantage, keep pushing our HP advantage, catches the stomp perfectly as well. We'll get counter stomp back. We're actually trading it out here. Is counterpin in Mauga? I think it's not as reliable compared to like the obvious comparisons like Reinhardt or something, right? Where the counterpin is like really reliable. With Mauga, it's not as reliable. You actually hit each other and knock each other down. I think there's also situations where like, you know, like when ZETA was running here and KSA was looking this way, and it felt like maybe KSA could have counterpinned if he wants. I think there's also like a real danger of like, if we just counterpin here, we're both fucked. You know, like everyone just, the Maugas maybe just both die in these situations. Same what Hanbin did? Yeah, you're right. It's like the exact same spot Hanbin took. Do you think T should make any roster changes for next stage? And which role do you think they should look at? I don't know, really. Because their roster's pretty complete in terms of hero pool-wise. I think they just need more out of certain players, right? They need more out of their backline for sure. DPS is really fine. I think Kevin and Kai actually both had really reasonable stages. KSA has felt pretty hit and miss for me. Even though in theory, I think when you look at the roster on paper, you would have felt like KSA was meant to be like a shining star, right? Like a really bright spot in EMEA. But it doesn't actually feel like they've gotten out of KSA. So I think there's more like a, can we get more out of the players? I think, because lots of people have been asking over the weekend as well, because we've had teams eliminated and stuff, right? And when everyone talks about like, oh, they need to change this, they need to change that. What I always feel like is missing when people say they need to change something is, who do you get in, right? If you want to play this theory game, who do you get in? Because a lesson I learned very early on from my old head coach Face, never replace a player or never get rid of a player unless you have a replacement. Because otherwise you just have no player, right? So, yeah. So I think, exactly, who should the replacement be, right? Yeah, Rajaro plays Marvel Rivals. Maybe Ice, interesting. Yeah. Some of these are possible. I don't know. I feel like when I look at some of the players though, like Twilight and KSA, I was like, that's gotta be like, even Faith, I was like, there's gotta be more out of these players, you know? Yeah, I think Twilight's played fine as well, honestly. Like, considering he didn't arrive until partway through, and then, you know, never seen a Juno before in his life, but he's learning. All right, where are we at? So, Qadsiah finds for Lub to trade. KSA hits for counter stomp here, so ZETA's still kind of low. Faith is getting involved. Faith is going to push and get that kill. So both Maugas are traded here. Now they actually have player advantage thanks to old Kev. Faith is just going to play his life. In theory, Kev can take over. We'll get one kill. Dashes back to the Mega. Alright, I felt like ZETA actually got better of like the stomp positions and stuff now. But yeah, Kev just finds the pick. The nature of Genji, right? We see it all the time. Genji's so much power to change some of these fights. locked out. Yeah, no, they were both in Saudi Arabia. Faith and Twilight, that is. All right, retake now. I feel like Checkmate's playing, I say, like, more alone in so many situations. Oh, Saji's high value dash misses, doesn't get the final blow. We're taking a lot of attention. How have we ended up here? Right? That seems like like we avoid the stomp, and then we don't bash out because we're bashing into the Genji. Ah, fuck. That's all just too easy, isn't it? Like, KSA comes in for the... sorry, Ziad comes in for the stomp. KSA goes for counter stomp, doesn't hit it. Ziad's going to be able to drop off. Faith gets punished for going in on that. They're, like, nowhere close to any ult, so I guess crash out and just... Can we find a trade is probably the right decision. But, no one else is really that ready for it. Maybe there was an option that actually, before I couldn't. Pardon me. Ugh. Now, when Faith dies like this, like, the concept isn't bad that maybe we should play aggressive, right? Because we're a player down, like, time limit on the fight, etc. Now, actually, you can still play it a bit slower than this, right? You can still, like, slow it down, maybe sucker them in a little bit. And then go when they walk up a bit. Because, like, the stomp that KSA attempts is just, like, it's, like, really low percentage. Kev's just not really ready to go either. Oh. Gonna try and clutch. Alright, retake now. Haku's hiding with Rally. They're going to really not know, I think. It's like... They kind of fucked this up, really. Because they all go on the same side. Like, because Ziad goes, they all dodge Ziad's stomp. But as a result... They dodge a lot of Haku's bash as well, so they don't quite get exactly what they want with, like, the bash blade. They still one-shot Faith anyway, for what it's worth. Kai's going to be forced to D-peek a lot. Landon uses Beret as well. Kai's out of it, but Haku can shield a lot of it. Still works, right? They still get the one-shot out of it. They nearly end up giving the game away. Watching Haku. What do you want, KLM? Hi, mate. You're always so desperate for fucking attention, KLM. Pisses me off. We're all just here to watch the Overwatch, but you want to make it about you? Grow up. Alright. No, Sandy, certainly can't. Alright, checkmates. Sorry, Kev's now rushing it really hard. Because they're desperate for the touch. Will die as a result. They're going to try and rally in. This is your job, Smash, is it? What do you mean? These aren't your teams. VOD review? Some of us just do it for the love of the game, Smash. Alright, cage out now. They're actually making a... Should just be mincemeat here. Oh! No way they win it. KSA cage is back as well. How on earth do they win this fight? Because Kevster dies immediately. Faith is still rallying. Like, they have a little bit of... Like, Haku's just in no man's land, no? Like, he's trying to body block here. Like, he's just swinging into both of these people. So he dies for that. They win the HP trade as well. Where's checkmate in all of this? Just gets caged as well. Actually, a real rob the bank type fight. Oh, fuck. God damn it. How they lose this map? I don't know. I mean, to be fair, everything's been kind of okay so far. Like one mistake, Faith. Yeah, honestly, it was mostly just that, right? One mistake, Faith, then one good fight from Qadsiah, where they hold close with Rally. And then they clutch last fight there. So everything's okay so far. Alright, we need to try and gamble our way back now.
Ready for battle.
Fuck. A little more gamble, a little more gamble. Okay. Alright, no more skipping now. No more skipping or replay crash. So I guess at this point, they just take a cage trade. Lupta's even overclocking, no? Like, KSA cage is back. Oh, it's actually Kai. Look at Kai. Yeah, it's just like everything happens at the same time, right? Like, Haku maybe feeds a bit here. Kai gets good flank, gets the kill. And then because all of that is happening, like, KSA just able to win the Magor as well. Why did they fix this? I'm told like 2 weeks still, Smash. 2 weeks still. Alright, checkmate goes Tracer for touch. Really hard though. Fuck! Alright, everything's fine. There's no way TU lose the series from here, guys. There's no way. Nah, I think it won't be next week. Based on my sources, maybe not next week. Alright, everything really okay. They have Blade for this next fight as well. They also have space. And I think they just win this. If I remember right, I think just, yeah. Like, they're all here. Kevstar. Huge Blade. No problem. I'm a little bit surprised that when Qadsiah walk up here, like, they are 5 people. They know they're walking into Blade, yet 5 people come here. I was expecting maybe just, like, Malga stands here. Everyone else kind of baits a little bit. Maybe checkmate goes and, like, tries to pressure Kev out. But, like, the fact that they all just 5, it makes it really easy for Kev. Too easy. There's definitely no way you lose from here. Alright. Alright, we're gonna raid push. Landon doesn't quite have it yet. Ziad hits for counterpin again. They kill Landon. Alright. Okay! Again, there's no way you're losing, actually. Like, nothing special, but they just go as soon as they can, as soon as they think they're close enough. Slight ray advantage. 3% or something. Okay. Alright, then early aggressive rally. Kai hits a shot straight away. They actually overclock rally for this. Rally back from Haku. Because they know if they don't... They either need to, like, if they can't win this fight, or at least, like, trade kills here, there's no way to touch. So Haku tries to clutch. But it's just done. So, really expensive fight, you know, like, made a little bit better by the fact that Haku uses his ult back. They're going to be at ult deficit now, but they get a 2-0 lead, right? So they probably lose. So the idea here, everything good for TU. You know, you probably lose next point because ults are fucked, but you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Like, after that, should just be even ult situation again. You got a great chance to win with a 2-round advantage. All good for TU. Honestly, Chris, everything's fine. I wouldn't even worry about it, mate. I can't see it going wrong from here. So, I think this fight, there's like 2 versions of it. TU, probably, I think, just take the fight, go in cage, like, stomp towards backline, try and get a high value cage, and just try and force out, like, at least two ults or something. I think if I'm Qadsiah, the best ult to probably use is, like, just use Ray. Because I think Ray really beats cage in most situations. Whereas stuff like the blade gets really fucked up by cage. The overclock can get, like, shielded off by cage. So maybe just Ray in this situation, you know? And then cage v cage can always get, like, a little bit messy. Unless you want to do, like, cage plus one of the others. But I think if you do just Ray, maybe that's, like, the most efficient. You don't need to use anything else. Alright. Seems good from TU as well so far. They never are at ult disadvantage, so Kevster and Faith are going to get, like, get active on the flank. Stomp comes in from KSA. Haku gets one shot. Lupta somehow lives. They're going to cage. They're going to Ray. Alright. Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck. I don't know. Because I kind of hate it. Because I feel like you've already done what you were aiming to do with turn of, like, we trade. They use Cage and Ray, and you got to pick. And now if you have to retake and you have Cage Blade versus DPS ults, feels really hard, you know? I kind of want to go backwards to see it from, or go back to see it from KSA's point of view, but I don't know. Then he's gonna cage. It does also force the blade, I guess. It does actually seem really winnable, right? So, as much as I feel like I hate it... What is wrong with... I'm just banning you, KLM. You always come in here. You act so fucking weird. Always typing in all caps, always just spouting on some dumb shit. I feel like you just ruin the experience for everyone else. So I think it's a piss off situation. Like, I don't try and give. I feel like giving so many chances, but just fuck me. Like, honestly. I don't know if anyone else recognizes them, but you see their message history. It's just always shit like this, typing in all caps. Alright. So, as I was saying... I kind of hate the decision from KSA, because I feel like the entire purpose of this fight was to lose it, but force out a lot of ults, right? And then set yourself up for a really reasonable retake. But even saying that, I actually feel like when I look at the Overwatch, it felt so winnable. Actually, after KSA cages, it feels so winnable. There's maybe like a question mark of like, has everyone else just actually pussied out of this a little bit? And actually, if they commit in with KSA on his cage, and then Landon dies, then maybe can they just kill everything, right? Like if Faith is swinging on this a little bit more, I don't know. Like, it's just... Like, Kai's not scared. Kai's gonna go kill Landon. Faith misses the whip. Yeah, Kai's killed too. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, like... So I hate it. I hate the cage. But they also nearly won it. It's also not the end of the world, right? Like a 1-for-3 trade. So, in theory, in theory, it's still really okay. And it's all of this has happened before point unlocks too. So in theory, still okay. KSA is going to rush back. So again, now we're just in an overclock versus blade situation. Sky has the quicker rate as well. So it's actually, everything is still really fine. Maybe they have to get first flip. That's okay. Alright, Libs is going to go, again, like, we talk about what to do when you're in low ult or ult disadvantage situations. Can you make it chaotic? Can you do a flank? Something like this. Libs is going to go for a flank. I think probably what I want to do as soon as this happens is, I mean, because in theory, you'd also want just Kevs to mark in this, but I understand Kevs just wants to be, like, with the team so we can just use the blade. I don't know if in reality it's still fine if, like, you just do, like, Kev and Faith up here. And then if you run into someone, you can just fucking blade them. If you win the side fight, you probably just get enough out of it. But I feel like once Libs is here, you probably just want to walk forward. Walk forward, Ray. Like, Ziad's going to come in. Faith's going to bash away. KSA's going to, like, counter stomp. Faith's going to get caught. I really want to go back, but I can't. I can't rewind. Sky's going to rain now. Where is Sky? Fuck. And we've actually, and this is, I guess, the first of a few disasters. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I could have been more ready for something like that. Just some control of this side. Probably even just with, like, Kevin Faith. And then either way, like, if Kevin Faith are just holding this side, and then they meet you on point, you still just have Ray as well, right? Like, you can just use Ray instead of Blade or something, and I think you still win that fight. And maybe that's, like, a more controlled situation, you know? I think when we played a lot of these Malga metas at Stockholm, it became a real big game of cat and mouse of, like, if you know they're low on ults, you know they're going to probably try and do something like really high tempo or really flanky or try and be unpredictable. But if they're always going to be unpredictable in the same type of situation, they're actually not very unpredictable at all. They're really predictable. So I don't know if there's like a more consistent way to take that fight. Kev's just going to try really hard. Really hard. Kev's just got free. Was it 2v2 now? Ah, fuck. Predict the unpredictable. Exactly. A classic case of predicting the unpredictable. While watching it live, felt like, I don't know. It feels like so far all the mistakes from Sky have been just this really goofy shit. I mean, to be honest, it used to happen on London as well. Where he just dies before, like, just a magic pick before the fight. I don't know what it is, but some players just have for like just get magic picked before fights more than others. Yeah, watch the Samoa too. I mean, the Samoa felt like quite hard to lose as well. Again, I feel like it's just like Samoa was probably the most egregious case because it's like you're in complete control of a point, and then Checkmate just finds like a flank for free, and then just one shots, like just kills Sky before the fight even begins, and then all of a sudden it's over. And then like I think a lot of how you want to play in these Malga mirrors, you know, you always talk about the ult game or trying to trade effectively, blah 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 blah. If you start fights with just somebody dying randomly, it fucks up the pattern so much. So I don't know, that was like the last mistake on Samoa that like really cost you. But it also felt there like a bit of like kind of missed opportunity to take that fight as well. Like it doesn't help that Sky dies before the fight, but it also doesn't feel like you guys were kind of not ready to go either. But I don't know if that's like you probably could have gone, but you can't once Sky dies, and then it just feels really, really fucking awkward. Yeah, I think to be fair, like watching this back, it's like it's not like it's just Sky making mistakes either, right? It's just Sky's always get more attention because what happens is Sky's mistakes when he gets first picked appear in the kill feed here, you know? So then everybody gets to see them, right? Whereas lots of other mistakes just kind of happen, right? Like when we like when we have this fight on middle, right? And there's this big cage trade. You know, there's like the last fight on first point, right? And we have this cage trade here. And then Haku just like walks into everyone and fucking dies, right? And it's like, what's going on here, Haku, mate? Why have we done this? But because it's like there's a cage trade on point, 2 or 3 people die at the same time. It doesn't like Haku's death doesn't stand out, right? You just kind of see Haku's died in a cage trade, right? It doesn't feel that unreasonable to die in a cage trade. Maybe if you're a brig type thing, but I think there's like the like public perception of mistakes is some mistakes are easier to see than others. That's probably the easiest way to say it. And I think a lot of skies are very much in that like front page news kind of thing, you know? All right, so where are we now? Cage and Rally and Overclock coming back, but Ziad has Cage. So Ziad's going to try and go early. I kind of like this. This feels like, I think a few people have made the comparison before. We talked about a bit of like Psycho at the weekend, but almost like Falcons-esque in some of their plays, right? Qadsiah. And this feels again like they want to go here, right? Because what they don't want is to let this fight get like really wide and long and stuff like this. You know, like, oh, like all of a sudden, like maybe Kev and Kai are like taking this flank, and then maybe you can cage, but you've only got a Mal with a cage on point or something, then Faith can rally and get in it. Like, I feel like, really, if I'm TU, if it's just a slow fight on point, I'm quite happy. So Qadsiah are going to try and disrupt that a little bit. Go with cage. KSA hits for counter pin. Kev's going to blade in. Presumably Ziad is going to cage immediately. Faith doesn't quite have for rally yet. Oh, Faith's going to get involved. Bit of shield up. Would have liked maybe, I don't know if Faith could have played like a little bit slower so he could have bashed into the cage. Yeah, I don't know. This one feels really winnable, I think. Like, the first couple of fights are just like, on this point, you have to reset the ops economy. But in this one, I feel like either, I don't know. I think some of it is just this, right? The fact that, like, when Ziad presses his pin, there's, like, 5 people here. I feel like KSA probably doesn't want to counter pin in this situation. Like, I guess he's probably trying to run out of it. But, yeah, I feel like I would, if I want this, if I go back in time, which I can't, without crashing the replay. If I go back in time, I either want something where we like walk up a little bit more controlled. Maybe we have control of this space with like Kevin, Faith. I feel like starting with the blade kind of just feels like a hot take, maybe into the cage, rather than just like walk with the rally and then just use the DPS ops either like from the flank or something. Like I don't know. I don't know exactly what's best, but I feel like just blading straight into the cage trade can't feel that good. It's probably also a mistake for KSA to choose to counterpin, right, when they have cage. Because it's just like, you know it's coming type thing, you know? And you've used your pin, now it means Ziad can't miss the cage, essentially. So that one hurts, because what was that? That was like 1 ult versus 3 as well. Well, 1 ult versus 3, but they only used 2. You know what I mean? Gone to the wrong point. Alright, overclock to start. Should be expecting some kind of... I mean, it's really tricky. But I feel like you have to... You either walk up with overclock, you probably try and take a bit of a, like, push forward, they're going to ray or they're going to blade. And you try and go backwards. Maybe you hope Kai can hit a shot or find something as you go. Alright, cool. Yep, something like that'll do. Perfect. Cheers, Kai. They're going to ray anyway. Gonna go through. Kev's going to find Lubta 2. Haku's going to rally back. tail end of this Ray as well. KSA doesn't quite have cage. Gonna hit the stun. Stomp comes in as well. KSA is quite low, but Ziad's also committed now. Ray's expired. Rally's still going. Landon cleans up one. They should be able to kill Ziad. Can't kill Ziad, actually. And now the bag is just double pocketed. Okay, I don't hate, you know, I think you're still really happy with that fight. Like an overclock for a Ray. Maybe not really happy. Actually, no, yeah, they use both supports. You are really happy. Rewind it back, we are really happy with that. Overclock for both support ults, happy with it. Yeah. Alright. Now, cage v cage. Rally. Oh wait, it's all silent. I need to remember I can't rewind, so I shouldn't just hurtle into fights. So now we're going to try and go early with this one again. Faith is going to try and bash away. Don't quite have any of the ults, or any of the like the support ults or anything charged up, but as long as KSA can probably just cage this. Alright, perfect looking cage, right? It's a bit of a shame Kai's been fucking one-shot by all of this. But now in theory, everyone's fucking locked in. Landon's kind of low. KSA's nair. Faith's using the shield to help him. Kev's is going to get involved now. Ziad's going to cage back. Sky's so close to Ray. He's like shielded off so he can't charge the last little bit of it. Get the Malga kill though. Fuck. Have we just sort of floated like kind of aimlessly forward rather than like behind here? Maybe. Now it's just really cooked. Probably feels massively different if like yeah, I don't know. I can't go back. Fuck's sake. But yeah, I feel like he could have just invested for Ray. What was it, like 4v4? Yeah, I think he should have Rayed. It's like hard without like, it's like a really in the moment decision. But because he didn't have it as he was like trying to fly into the cage. But it's probably a bit like when he gets in the cage, if he can just like sit behind KSA and press it, I think maybe it just saves everyone up, you know? Like small things here, like Ray a bit quicker. Kai probably shouldn't get one shot by the blade, really. I don't know if something else hits him at the same time or something. Like, I was a bit surprised to see Kai dies to that blade, you know? Now can we get the touch? Lub's just gonna overclock the way in. Kai gets the touch. Lubs gets a kill. Sky's gonna rain now. Oh, fuck. This feels so ugly, right? Like, if I just... The fact that there's, like... Our backline's trying to walk and rotate in front of everyone. Like, Kai's got the touch as well, you know? Like, maybe you can't do anything about this, right? If Lubta just hits the fucking shot on Kev, like, that just happens. But I feel like there's this weird thing here where, like, KSA ends up here, our backline's rotating in. And it's just like, what's going on, you know? Like, I think to be fair, there's like Kai's got the touch, right? So if we're just here, and then they're committing onto us and we Ray, I think it's okay. Yeah, like I don't hate committing the Ray in like for 4v5. But I just like what we're trying to do with it is just cooked, right? Like we're just trying to rotate and we're just trying to rotate into rotate through everything, right? And like it all just looks really messy, like in terms of formation. This is probably the worst decision. If we save ults here, I think we're in a good spot. Yeah, it's probably also true that like the fact that you're 99 down in all of this as well, and that you just accept that it's gonna be a fucking dogfight for the final point. And then yeah, well, it's just like 5v3 now. Trade one, not enough. think it was a good. I think every other clutch I think is fine. The KSA cage and stuff, but this one, yeah. Like I feel like the KSA cage one felt worse live than it did in the replay. Like live, it just feels like I felt like we were taking like an economic fight. Why have we done this? But actually watching it in the replay, the situation actually felt so fucking winnable when KSA drops the cage, you know? But yeah, that one, it just feels like, I don't know, yeah. Like there's no way that Ray gets value, essentially. Alright, so now it's Rally versus Rally. Lander's going to have a quick array. You have Blade as well. So I think you probably just go here. Like I feel like whenever we watch like Fielder playing these sort of fights, we'd always see like him really aggressive. He'd be like happy to start the fight with Rally, start walking, force him all the way back, and then like the Genji would come sort of chasing as well. KSA goes for a stomp at the choke, doesn't find anything. KSA's going to keep peeking, probably unnecessarily really. Faith's going to walk up. Ziad's going to stomp back in now. Seems like Ziad must be cooked, right? Haku's going to rally back. Maybe Haku has a chance for a bigger bash here. Ziad's going to get one shot. Now the counter bash comes in. Surely cooked. Now they're going to Ray. Kev's is going to blade in this. Haku's going to die. Landon kills one. Trying to beam down Landon. Nice. Alright. Everything's actually really okay. Ziad kind of wins this fight a little bit, right? Like, I feel like Ziad starts this fight in, like, a really sort of crazily aggressive way into, like, rally and stuff and everything like that. I feel like there was more of an option. If I'm out Qadsiah here, I'm probably really just looking to either, honestly, maybe even start with Ray around the corner or something. I can't remember if he, like, the exact order they got the ults, but, like, either start with Rally a little bit earlier as you try and walk up and take the space, or start with the Ray and just, you know, start with the Ray and then you rally when they blade or something. So it feels like Ziad probably made that easier than it could have been, but doesn't feel too unreasonable because again that's like 2 ults for 2 ults, but that's a Ray rally one as well. So honestly, guys, now we're in this situation. Seems really difficult to lose the series from here. All right, KSA has cage. Checkmate has blade. Should be a pretty direct counter situation, honestly. All right, sorry, I'm in fast forward. Stomp around the corner. Just KSA's cage timing now. Cage comes out. Catches for Brig. Catches for Malga. Faith dies. Faith dies. I really want to rewind because I don't know how Faith gets in. It's here, right? Like, they come for a stomp in, right? Like, Ziad plays quite aggressively. Just move to the side, kind of where everyone else is. Then we just cage him as they come on point. Feels like everything should be under control. I don't know how Faith dies here, really. Still, Ziad really feels like he's getting pretty close to dying. Ziad's going to die. Kev's is going to blade. Oh, sorry. Checkmate's going to blade. Kai's going to run. Kev's going to run. Checkmate gets one. And Checkmate's just going to clean up with blade now. Today, Faith's death feels like it must be avoidable. Feels like Faith's death must be avoidable. And then everyone's just kind of low as a result. It probably takes a little bit longer to kill Ziad as a result. Blah, 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 blah. There's no one to boop or whip or make this blade any harder. So maybe it all snowballs a little bit from there. I guess you could kind of make the argument. Does KSA need to... I mean, the decision looks reasonable from KSA. I don't know if there's like a bigger argument for like actually what you want in this fight is you almost save Cage for the blade, right? But it also felt like Ziad actually came in, everyone had fucking swung, and the whole thing felt pretty chaotic, right? So it actually felt really reasonable for KSA to cage, even though it's probably not the optimal situation you want if you're TU, you know? Still got the Brig, etc, etc. Look at the Faith Death. I can't go back, unfortunately, Gothberg. Otherwise, we'd have like a bit more of a... we get into the nitty-gritty a little bit more. Maybe this is Rush's problem. It's actually just always been a replay bug for him. He can't get into the nitty-gritty because the replay view is broken. Should KSA cancel Cage after Ziad kill? I mean, maybe he can attempt it, right? But it depends how long's left on the cage. Because also if the cage is just up, in theory, if checkmate ever goes into the cage, you should be pretty happy with that situation if you're TU as well. I feel like that's like having a cage to play around is more value than like going for the high variety and or high variation of whether you hit the stomp or not. Alright. Now overclock versus overclock, Ziad has cage advantage. And now this starts to feel like a little bit of a... we're now just in a 50-50 situation if a fight goes long. I'm just going to use earliest. Alright, they are really in his face about this. Alright, doesn't feel that bad though. Nobody dies. Libza can't find anything. Chance for Kai to respond. Ah, fuck. It's like, I know we can only see the Mauga, but it just ends up being so early now, right? Because the backline's already back on point by the time he gets this. Ziad's literally like halfway through the stomp animation. And like, you get the space, but you don't really get the space, right? Like, they've DPs here, no one's even low. They're going to come straight back in with their cage really soon. Sky nearly has for Revo. Like, it's a hard fight because they're about to have double support ult, but at least if you have for Ray, you've got like a bit of a chance. Alright, cage around the corner. This is... I think this is actually a really shit cage, no? Right? This feels like this cage is actually really bad from Ziad. Just in terms of, like... They don't have the support ults just yet, you know, like... Because if they have all three of these ults, maybe they can just fucking turn the corner and say, fuck it, we're going to cage and we're going to Ray, and you're all just going to fucking die, and that's just how it is, you know? But they don't have any of that. Zia's going to cage everyone as they're already kind of DP'd. He's asking so much of, like... You know what I mean? Like... Obviously, Lubza can slide, but it really doesn't feel like Lubza's actually ready to turn the fucking corner with this cage, or anyone is really, you know? Alright. And then here, the cage is really bad, but, yeah, I think it was just Faith and, yeah, because Sky's, or maybe actually it was only Sky in it, I don't know. Yeah, it didn't even get a lot of people. Then KSA is going to swing all of this. Like, I know KSA has, like, the HP advantage. Well, they're pushing into this, like, double support ult. Sky's just... Yeah, I think KSA just goes too early afterwards as well. Shit, Cage. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Ziad. Yeah. I think KSA just goes too early, walks into both support ults, then by the time, like, Sky presses it as soon as he gets it right. But it's just... It's fucking cooked. I don't know. Like, honestly, there's, like, some bad stuff in this from TU, but it's not as bad as I think it felt at the time. Like, I feel like when I watched it live, it just felt like they were kind of blown out of the water by a certain point, you know? Maybe it'll feel differently on map 3, but, what was it, Havana? But actually, this is really, feels really 50-50. Like, a couple of unfortunately timed deaths for Sky. Some ult trades that, like, one clutch that was, like, really egregious. Maybe other clutches that they really could have just played it safe as well. Maybe a couple of fights on, like, where am I going? where was it? Like the one on E here. Maybe there was like better ways. Like this was like an alt advantage retake. I think that they fucked up. There was probably an alt advantage retake here that they also fucked up. This is meant to be over there, but like E and D at the top here. But again, it feels like, you know, when you see two teams and the game's close, then a couple of small mistakes make the difference. Kind of like when we watched VP versus Alcan in the final. Kind of feels a lot more like this, honestly, out of the games. Oh, thank you, Air at everything. I don't know if Chrissy's still here. If you have like, if you've watched it as well, Chrissy, and you have like any deeper insights. But honestly, it just feels like, I feel like if I was watching this, it's just like, there are mistakes, there are things they could do better. It's not like Qadsiah, it's not like I still think Qadsiah deserved the win, right? On the basis that they made less of those mistakes. But felt like just really small fights in a lot of them. Or like small moments in like a couple of key fights. That's work against them. So I don't know. Yeah. What was the last map? Was it the Havana? Alright, let me grab a drink, then we can do the Havana. If you want as well, Chrissy, no obligation, but you're welcome to come on as well. I don't know if you've already watched it though, and you'll just be reliving the trauma. I close this again. I always close this tab. What's wrong with me? Havana. You're over the trauma, it's okay. Alright, there he is. You alright, mate?
Hello, mate.
There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was sort of expecting to sort of, like, watch it through gritted teeth almost a bit and, like, have to,
Yeah,
you know,
me
have
too,
to, like,
yeah.
you know, try and find, what's the word? Like, the correct way to criticize without just being like, yeah, this person really should kill themselves, you know? But, yeah, it didn't really feel that bad.
No, I
Which,
agree.
I don't know if that's
Unfortunately,
worse.
it's
I don't know
probably
if that's worse in some ways, but I don't know.
it's what happens if you give yourself only one life. You know, like a game like that. Like it sounds cope, of course, because it's me. But it's like you replay the series and you can win it. You know, like it wasn't one that where you're so far away that you can't win the series. But if you lose every single game in regular season, you start and loses, then you're not really allowed to have an off day. You know, I think that's probably the rules.
Yeah, that seems reasonable enough. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Yeah. But, like, it was just, like, the worst things at the worst moments as well. Like the Sky death at the end of Samoa. But, like, I mean, also, like, the KSA death at the start of Samoa. A real hell of a bookend to that map.
Yeah.
Because the KSA death almost just ends up in, like, a classic cough situation where you lose the first fight. If you lose the first fight too hard or too quickly, you've also just lost the map.
Oh, fuck me.
You feel like in almost every mirror, the team that plays slightly worse gets less maps. I mean, yeah, it kind of even felt the same. Do you remember, like, the Falcons Crazy Raccoon? Where it's like, it feels kind of close, but also Falcons win 100% of the time.
Yeah.
So how, yeah, I don't know. Do you want me to screen share? I don't know how much my computer will try and kill itself as a result.
It's okay. I can just watch on stream. I'm in balls deep in an intense chess game as we speak anyway.
All right.
So.
Well, I'm going to grab a drink then. And then
All right.
I can't even really remember what happened on the Havana. I don't know if there was just like blindness after the Suravasa. But I'll be right back.
All right.
Don't say anything I wouldn't say.
Narrows my vocabulary a lot though. Oh. Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back, mate.
Didn't get me cancelled.
I tried. I mean, you'll find out when Twitch. You know.
And my account's deactivated.
Okay, I kind of. I don't have a huge amount of options here.
You,
I think I'm
losing the
fucked,
chess.
to be honest with you, mate. I think I'm fucked. I think I have to play.
That's alright. I'm watching for Havana now, so you're going to be fucked in the past and the present.
Thank God for that.
So it seems reasonable enough, right? Map pick seems okay because you can sort of gamble that Qadsiah don't play like a... They never play any of the like doubles, flex support or Sigma or anything like that. So you can just like force them onto Diva. Put them in a really hard situation. I can't remember what you banned. Banned Ramatra as well? Yeah.
They banned Ram, I think. We banned Kiri.
Oh. Have they sabotaged themselves here actually then?
No, because I think when they want to play the Mei Sim, I think Ram is the best hero against it. Unfortunately, Junkbuck, he's not a fraud, you know. So.
Alright, everything starts perfectly. Kev goes in, gets for one bop. Perfect. Ah. Bubble nearly saves his life. Everything should be okay. Just about okay. It's a really ugly form of okay, but it's all still technically okay.
Yeah.
It's really unreasonable amount of a trade. I mean, maybe Sky dies anyway, but KSA dying is the big one. Oh, I'm going to try rewinding. I'm going to gamble.
I think if you do it in the first 5 minutes, I think you can get away.
It's like pre-perks, I think, is like...
Yeah. Once you get to 5 minutes, you gotta fucking take the helmet, you know?
There's probably just like some anti-timing here where like Kev and KSA do the bubble timing, and then KSA D-peaks for like the next timing, and Kev D-peaks, and then everyone else rotates at the same time. Like Kai gets the kill, but then Sky and Twilight are just in like no man's land here. I'm surprised we don't see more Tracy, you know, when teams run this Ana Juno stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, like, this is the one maybe I didn't watch back firmly enough, because Twilight dies a lot on this attack and we go Brig, but I don't know, my feeling is, I really think, you know, I keep saying in my head, like, Falcons don't need to swap here, you know what I mean? Like, I really think just a Tracer, I think we can handle it most. I mean, we should, I mean, the fact we don't cap here feels a bit fucking egregious, but And that's how the day goes, you know. It's an egregious day.
Yeah, well, like, the problem here isn't like it's nothing to do with the tracer. It's just to do with like everyone tries to rotate at just the wrong time. Because also when I was looking at Korea, they just get away with it in like every situation. The Anna Juno, both teams, like almost regardless of like I can understand it like kind of in the Zarya mirror, but actually they'll just try and get away with it like versus anything. All right, so Zia's going to take a load of damage. Kev's going to get bubbled in as well. Blade forces for beat. Oh. Checkmate just hits a pulse. Ray to try and live. Twilight just die again.
Fucking bastard.
I know. Maybe if it was a little bit greedy from Twilight after he cops the body shot as well, just to sort of just hold his fucking ground against the beat push.
He's good for that normally.
Still getting decent value out of a Ravo. Fuck, don't cap. Grav to try and C9, but Landon's back like... But this one now should be the slam dunk fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in general the Zarya comp needs to be played more aggressively. That was my feeling. I mean, you don't rewind it unless you're a crazy guy. But I felt like watching like a lot of the earlier fights, I felt like we had so many opportunities where I'm like, just walk in, you know, just play to fucking trade. Like if Twilight win, like let Twilight 1v1 half the time, you know, just let him fucking cook it. And then just play to have a high energy Zarya fucking run in. But we're all just, I don't know, I think when one of the millions, I guess, of errors we had this season was, it feels like if we don't play aggressive, we're really not good at the video game. Which is a slight problem.
Well, it all like leans the other way, right? Like all these times where you're able to play aggressive and you just walk into Ziad and like you like Kev just gets bubbled on the back line. All of a sudden, their dive just looks a bit wank, right? Because then it's just then you're just saying, can my Anna Juno live versus a tracer? You hope the answer is actually yes. Most of the time. It's here, defensive nano. Haku's gonna die. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This is the one where Kai fucking just slides towards point and caps.
Yeah, I mean, just play a bit aggressive, mate. Just fucking push.
I remember watching this one and I was being like, oh, Kai's got the overclock. You know, maybe they're gonna nano overclock, but like Ziad's just gonna be on his case the entire time. You know, like can they do enough through it, etc., etc. Like Kai just slides to point and just caps.
Yeah.
Now I feel like your version of a comp should just be better.
Yeah. I mean, it gets a little bit awkward with Sky and Brig, but I think actually, typically, it's okay for us. Like, we should still feel pretty comfy overall, I think.
Yeah, I think also in this version of it, like, Brig into this comp, I don't think it's not like a super demanding role or a super complicated role. I think you can just pack the Tracer, deal with the Diva, try and mark their Tracer a little bit. It's not like when you it's not like it's like a Malga Juno Brig mirror where actually the Brig's life is like really hard and you have to play really well.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Qadsiah is just a dickhead sometimes, I think.
Yeah, he gets yes.
He just gets like he's like tunnel vision, you know, like when he just sees like I could probably get a kill here. Like everything else just the rest of the world
Exits his
fades
brain.
into the background, yeah.
Yeah.
It was kind of the same that last fight in Suravasa, you know, where like Ziad's cage is actually pretty wank, and then KSA is like, I've got HP advantage, I can swing. It's like, but you're also like swinging into 5 people, and also we're like 5% off our ults, you know, and it's just like, you know,
Yeah.
a little bit of big picture. Alright then, I think this is the one Kai just finds
Checkers around the
checkers
corner.
straight away. Alright, now I can just walk in. Can rally if a diva comes, but we're actually going to nade for diva. See it on the back foot. All the space. Kai on the high ground. Choke him out. Everything looking good.
I think we capped this fight, right? Like, does this one go wrong?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Let's find out, mate. Let's
Sky's,
find out.
Sky's on point. They're going to Ray. Sky has the rally. Sky's going to rally into it, but it's like a bash nade. Kev's is behind it. The Ray is now just... I mean, this is like the perfect timing for like rally beating Ray if you can get this to happen, right? Like you bash him on a corner or in an area, then the fight just stays here and the Ray caps off.
Yeah.
Kev's a hits 2. Yeah, I honestly reckon you're good for this one.
I think we're capping here.
Yeah. This is... Alright. Honestly, this is where the reverse sweep starts then.
This ends now.
Alright, they're going to overclock. It's kind of a nothing overclock, it feels like. Sky goes on to Zen. Should be able to get away with it here. KSA is going to Poco Bomb. Unfortunately, he's not. TVNT kills 4 here somehow, but unfortunately. KSA not so fortunate. Still though, like Anna Zen here, the map's big enough. Just keep discording the diva, and you just slowly but surely bully space every time. I feel like.
Yeah, it goes wrong, but again, I like this was the map. Maybe I was like too close to killing myself, so I just try to skip over it as much as I could. This is where I was really like, yeah, just get me out.
Yeah, I know it feels like it should be hard for Sky to die here. I mean, maybe that's just not true because it's like a diva matrix for heals and stuff and everything. You know when like do you remember in season 5 when we played Anna Zen, and there was this we always had like the like quarterback theory with the Anna, where the Anna's just super far back and the Zen gets to be like the quite aggressive actually, just pocketed into all these like aggressive positions. But I feel like there was a time where maybe it was Shock or something started doing it the other way around, where like the Zen would be at the back of the map and the Anna would be like the frontline one. And I can't remember if it was against Diva or something, just because obviously you can always orb. And I feel like, I don't know if it's sometimes it's actually easier for the Anna to like counterplay the Matrix when the Diva's in your face almost, you know? Because like you can just press the sleep button as soon as the Matrix is like over. Or the nade or whatever. And now they probably get all the cleanup off this. No trades. Oh, hey Jamie. Yeah, we watched the Suravasa already. Not as bad as it seemed, was the conclusion. Alright. Now on to Zarya. Again, Sky's gonna die. Ziad's bomb gets a kill. Fuck. I really want to rewind. This is such a gamble when it's this late. When it's this deep, it's like a 7-minute mistake, you know?
Yeah, you got no go back to. You got to at least go back to 20 seconds. I think 8 seconds is just an int. You have to max. So go to 20 seconds. Like change your like interval speed to 20 seconds. And can you go higher than 20 seconds?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, you should do that. You should go like 30 seconds maybe.
A minute? No.
And then, because the worst is when you gamble and you get it right, but it wasn't enough. Do you know what I mean? That's like the worst feeling where you need to keep gambling. Good luck, mate. Good luck.
I got it.
Cheers.
Oh. Okay, so that was the rally push we're just seeing the end of. I mean, maybe this comp feels a little bit weird because I feel like actually now your comp is like your comp wants to play half your comp wants to play super slow, and then half your comp wants to just fucking go.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. In my head, I feel like it's better. Like I feel like the Zarya is better, but I don't know if it's just a like we can't use bubbles on Kev situation, and instead we just like because I don't know. Like I don't know if Qadsiah can avoid getting pushed here, like if he plays the other side of payload, like I feel like I don't know, like I feel like Sky dies a few times here and swaps, but I feel like it should be impossible for him to die without trading from like a theory perspective.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't know if there's also like this argument of like there's certain with the like the Genji bubble stuff, there's also just certain parts of maps that are just significantly harder for it, right? Compared to like on Suravasa where you can pretty much reach the backline almost every time. There's ones here where I think it's like really hard to consistently get onto like Lubda or land in any meaningful way.
Because we just use both bubbles, right? But like Qadsiah is like taking like insane damage.
Use both bubbles and,
it's like,
Qadsiah is fucked.
Yeah. But I don't know, I also feel like in my head, like there's a way that we could all play this like Kev can get more value, Qadsiah can play it slower, and then like you said, like just wait for like a Discord poke timing and then like take space from there. I don't know if it needs to happen so fast because then we swap off it and it's like maybe it feels good because we've just been run over 2 fights in a row. But in my head now, I hate our comp more. I think I prefer Zarya with Zen Ana than with. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's like if you just had Qadsiah sit on point, he just basically holds his bubbles until someone pushes him, and then if Checkmate or Ziad fly over Qadsiah's head, he can just DP and turn around and bubble Sky or Twilight or whoever's in like, trouble. And then all of these players, or like the back three of Qadsiah, should feel really scary now if they swing too aggressively. If Kev's just here or something, you know, just playing an angle to poke out Ziad a bit, something like this, then all of a sudden, if Checkmate goes on Kev, he can get bubbled. If any of this back three walk up too far, again, Kev has like an engaged timing, you know, it should feel like really... I was going to say put him in a checkmate position, but you know what I mean. Like all their moves, Zug Zwang, I believe is the term. All their moves don't feel that good. So then they're going to Ray push, and to be fair, it's always a hard one for like the Zarya. Alright, but now, Nano Blade, what could go wrong? Checkmate's hiding top. Nobody has seen Checkmate. Kev's going to go for the Blade. He's going to get a bubble. Gets 1, gets 2. Twilight's going to get traded.
Save the Nano.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Yeah, I remember when I saw this live, I thought you'd nano bladed because I was like, oh, Kev's just gone downtown and killed everyone. But he actually does it just with a bubble. I guess it's like for, what do we call it? I don't know if he even has it. Yeah, like the spotter perk.
Yeah. So now this looks like a pretty achievable situation.
Yeah, Lib's just going to overclock, but this should be still a pretty hard one. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Just kills like
Maybe.
kills
I mean,
one before
yeah,
Blade.
I mean, the thing is, it gets worse, you know.
Oh
like,
yeah, because
if you remember.
Yeah,
Because
no, it's all
if
coming
you go
flooding back to me
overhead
now.
here,
Because this is actually
'cause
just
actually, this looks fine
they're
to me, you
fucked.
know.
Yeah,
Like,
they're about to,
yeah,
like Twilight's
this
gonna hit
looks-
a nade.
yeah.
Ziad's
Like
Ziad's
Brig is
literally
even
asleep.
Brig being nanoed here is like so good, you know.
This guy's gonna
like,
get Infinite Cleave. He then even has
Yeah.
Rally if he's like
Yeah.
Kev's
And such
dash
as-
is about to hit everyone.
Yeah, one of those where, you know, if you remember this moment and think, you know, it might have been like, look at it, like, it looks, well, it's actually fucking fine here. I mean,
Yeah.
Sky even gets Rally, you know. You
Yeah.
think if we win that fight, then you've probably full cap, and then when we get to overtime on the defense, you think, I really wish I'd full cap now, you know.
Yeah. But again, honestly, like it's
I mean,
really
yeah,
not
I
like
know.
it's not like a disastrous push
I
from
think we
Havana
could-
by
I
any
think-
stretch.
Yeah, first I think we could have capped much quicker, but the rest of it, I mean, maybe it's fine. Just how it goes, you know.
Can we pred on this? No, can't pred on past events. I feel like that's you know, at that point you just be taking money off stupid people.
Attackers incoming. Stop the kill.
Oh, okay, I remember this now. Yeah, this comp's actually so annoying. The advocacy
maybe.
comp for Sim May.
Yeah. I feel like realistically, this is like, I mean, we coached this style of comp and matchup a lot. Like it's like full rectangle theory, but yeah, we don't do it here, I think.
Did you expect this at all, or were you like,
Yeah. Well, they played
Okay.
this again. They played us against the scrims, and they played it against VP the day before. So I think we were almost certain this was coming out on their attack. That's why the Ram ban was good, because if we start Ram here, then they're fucked. But
Because they keep just doing this same sort of thing, right? Where they just TP in Ziad. He's gonna just annoy the backline, just play to like take a bit of attention, not int. And then Lubter and Checkmate just keep walking on KSA. KSA keeps having to give space, the payload keeps moving.
yeah, well, I think the problem is like our comp. We need to just go first, like as crazy as it sounds, you know. Like we just need like Diva Genji to dive Lucio Juno because they're so squishy. But the second we let them get involved in all this shit, and then we end up going backwards, and we end up going backwards. Like we just have to find a timing to fight.
Yeah.
As
It's
much
what-
as we can, like extend the rectangle, let Twilight sit somewhere where he's unkillable, and then play to make them peel us, and then Twilight and Kai will carry. But if we let them play on us, then all of a sudden we get squeezed, and then it's fucked. But like this was the big problem we had with Anna Brig. The whole like it's funny because like everyone kind of fought. Like I remember when we played Route 66 against Twisted, and everyone was like, okay, like they look really good on the Anna Brig. Like this comp for us in general was like less successful. Like we actually didn't want to play this comp too much because we weren't winning with it. And then in the official, the bans, and we just like smoked it against, like we just destroyed TM with it because like I don't know, we just played really well that day and in every situation. But I think in general, what we see right now, this is just really, really common of how we play this. We get like too stacked and we just always just fly backwards, fly backwards, fly backwards. Whereas what we need is we just need to be willing to play the fucking trade game here, you know? Like if we had better positioning, like we can kill their Juno really easily, like really easily. All it needs is one Twilight body shot and then we're like laughing. If we make them always turn around, even if they do end up getting like a trade kill on our front line, then I think we always win in the long term. But it's like, I think we're going to win this first fight because we're going to kill Checkmate. But then the next fight is going to be the same. It's just going to be stepping backwards because it's natural, right? Anna Brig Diva, it's natural to play defensive, to play passive because it is like fundamentally like a reactive comp. But in this matchup, you give space to like a point force comp, then they just cap the
They just
point.
keep forcing the point. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. You like that was always what we would do, right? We would always play a comp like this and just like force the objective, give them free cart push, make them fight, make them win fights, like make them like push them with Diva Genji, Kai flank top left on the same timing. They can't deal with it. Their comp is fundamentally flawed that it can't deal with these things. But if we just let it keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing, then their theory works, you know.
It was what became harder for us, like the more we played for Ryan Sim May stuff as well, is like actually what would really hurt us is when teams were playing aggressive and setting up really early and catching us in spaces we don't want to be caught, you know? Like I don't know if again, like maybe even something like the Juno or something helps more with that, right? Because then it gives Twilight maybe a bit more freedom to sort of start taking the piss as well. You know, like if Twilight's just like up here or something, even. And then like Ziad can fly into him, but like fuck, is Ziad gonna kill him type thing, you know? Presumably not. But then there's like more opportunity to just go early or do something, you know? And then instead of KSA finding himself like face checking Sim May trying to hold point, he's actually just flying into something.
Yeah. Like KSA will almost certainly die on most pushes here, but like that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. If it means that Kai and or Brig can step forward and brawl, you know.
Yeah.
But then when we go back, it's a different story, you know. Like maybe on second, if we can control the high grounds, it's more respectable to play passive. But like even here, like we've done it really badly, but eventually that it can't just keep going if we all time everything on the right frame, you know. But yeah.
Because you kind of get the freebie here because Kai just shoots someone in the face.
Yeah. And then I guess like the idea is their ults are really powerful, but if we go aggressive with our ults, then our ults are powerful too, you know?
Yeah.
Like in these moments there when like, yeah, like maybe this timing isn't perfect, but when Ziad's doing everything solo, like if you can, like if we could find a timing, like I don't know why no one from our team is top left right now. Like it's because they have D.Va, so in our head we just have to give space. But if we push them now whilst flanking top left, they only have D.Va. Like their D.Va can't just kill, you know? Like it's why when we or maybe Western teams play Juno Ana, it feels really like hard. But then like when the Korean teams, they can still handle like D.Va and Tracer with that comp because I don't know. Yeah. Like
Well,
but the second we like step back here, especially once they get ults, it's just like look at their ult charge, you know, look at their DPS ult charge. Like they're doing like they're not super
Nothing.
useful heroes until they get ults, you know. But yeah, we give it like too much respect. Like you could see right now if Kev and Kai were both top left and Kai just Kev just extends
Or even
onto
just
Landon
Sky
and
or
the rest.
something, right? Like just so Kev can go like, because then like the D.Va can't even clear Kev. Like what can Ziad even do versus that? Like he just has to concede the space. But I think like if you look at this, right, and I was to say like when we were playing the teams that could really handle us on London, would the other team's formation ever look like this, right? Where we're just kind of like everyone's just kind of in a straight line in front of us, you know?
No, exactly. You know, like nobody's position is threatening like their formation, so they can just play front to back, which is all they want to do. You know, Ziad will fly in, like chunk us a bit, and then the rest of them will walk on KSA. But that's only possible if we allow it to happen. Like maybe their comp still wins and caps first with ults because it's really difficult realistically for our comp to stop it forever. But that's it, you know. But I don't know. I guess it's like the one life thing, you know. Like you give us an opportunity to rematch and we can win, but we shouldn't give ourselves only one life, or shit like this is just gonna happen.
Oh yeah, back when I was talking about, do you remember like the Atlanta scrim, like those fucking Suravasas and stuff we played against Atlanta at the end of season 6?
Yeah.
Before obviously we went on to beat them, but
but then Atlanta too, you know, like they were so willing to trade people. Like it wasn't they were like they would win most fights when they were playing like that, but it wasn't like they would win 5-0, you know, like we would always kill 1 or 2 in the meantime. But then the idea is that all like because we're like May and Sim are like effectively like fake heroes in terms of like their 1v1 ability, like in certain situations. The trades always favor the team with like a fucking Sojourn, OP Sojourn, or like the reset
the Genji
guy, you know?
right? Like they should win the 3v3s or the 4v4s or the 2v2s or whatever it is, you know.
But then even in this moment, you can see that it's just this fight's going to be so hard because again we have like KSA.
Yeah, like
we're so worried of a solo D.Va because it's like, oh, but then it's like, well, we also have a D.Va and they don't have a Brig. Like, surely, like it works both. Surely it works both ways.
Yeah, like
you know?
the Lucio Juno here should be taken.
And now they're already in one fight territory. Like once they get this beam, then we're fully reliant on some sort of like nano or nade play, which maybe we're good for, but you know, it's like, yeah. You can see again, and eventually the TPZ add on to Ana. So then but like this is only possible if every decision is backstep.
Yeah.
Like this fight, like they should. Yeah. I feel somewhere it should be like fundamentally illegal for a team to get 2 TPs in a fight here. But
like half hour. Alright, sorry.
welcome back.
What were you saying, sorry? But now it's like every step's been back step. And now you're
Yeah,
just-
and they get 2 TPs in one fight, you know, which just feels like, and then like look at this, like the map is gone. So I don't know, maybe there's a play to be made, but they're like 10 meters from capping. They haven't even had to use an ult. Like we relinquish the space by holding the cart. We end up giving the space. Whereas what we need to do is we need to extend past the cart and make them use that like. They need. I mean, then now we're just dead.
Well, yeah, and now all of a sudden, like KSA, I mean, half of KSA's decisions is probably like, fuck, I can't let the cart go too much further because then they're really taking the piss, right? If they Ray on point or May on point or something, like the touch is so hard, but then that's just exactly what they want. So checkmate and love to just get a million damage. They're gonna Ray. Sky saves Kai. Ziad dies. I mean, it's also like a perfect example to a degree as well. Of like Ziad goes to mark Kai, and the peel was a little bit slow, right? Like Kai nearly dies, but even then, as soon as Sky gets there, Ziad is actually the one who's just fucked, you know?
Yeah. Like when you play, I mean, I've said this a million times, but like when we play these comps, like the reason you want to play Brig versus Diva is you want your Brig to fight the Diva, which means that you don't want your Diva to fight their Diva because you want their Lucio Juno to fight your Diva. You know, you almost want to like pass the Diva marking onto the Brig, Anna. So you want to play like the Civil War idea, right? Like front line on their backline, backline on their front line. But if we play stacked, then they just get infinite value, you know? And then I get really sad.
Yeah. And then their ability to like hold these chokes and stuff you was really annoying as well. Like so hard to get Twilight in meaningful position now.
Yeah. I mean, they can do a lot with like a lot of ults, you know? Like it's not easy for us to like, it's really hard to like full cap this comp, especially once they get rolling. Like our ults are pretty strong too, to be fair. But like, as we know, right, like the sim wall and then the May ult to finish, it's like you can really get like easy value on the attack with like the May wall. But
yeah, well, I feel like there'd be very few times when we were playing like the May sim that we'd ever just win like 4-minute time bank, right? Like it would always be like we'd have to like negotiate to the good situations, then get those ones. To be fair, the fact that Ziad actually manages to get traded here.
yeah, I mean, we can now set up.
Yeah.
But I feel like almost everything we've seen so far this map is like the things I was talking about on the pod, you know, like this like not playing the game to win. Like we fixed it so much on the brawl. Like what even on Suravasa and Samoa, I don't think it was like a lack of aggression that cost us, you know? Like you could maybe say like the other end of the spectrum, but we certainly played the game. But then here it's a different comp and it's just like it's a slightly different story all of a sudden, you know?
Because even this starts to feel quite reasonable, right? Like, you go with the Blade,
I mean,
they beat, and they Blizzard, so you've sort of 2 for 1 them right now. Sky's
the card is blocked at the same time.
Yeah.
Like Sky is maybe not in the best position, but you would say like depending on where Twilight can rotate to, that life isn't too bad. I mean, he doesn't rotate, and then we get caught in the Blizzard. But it feels like on paper we should be able to not have these things happen. You hope.
Yeah, like we feel like just like maybe if Sky and Twilight were closer together or something, or like Sky was able to get back to him, there should just be a way to actually. Sky's fine. Maybe still trade out anyway. Like again, Sky gets like good bash value as they all come in. Kai and Kev can maybe force another trade. What was that? Like 2 trades in the end?
Yeah, it just means that like this fight, the sim wall is it makes the look of this fight seems really tough to me.
Yeah, Kev's gonna go Venture. It's probably actually a really reasonable swap into the comp as well, right? Like just nice matchup into a lot of these things. They probably miss a trick here, I think, by just like not stuffing you at all. I guess maybe the respawn sort of scuffed it a bit for them.
they also like just want to use like their insane Qs on point, you know, like
Yeah, you're like
they want
all
as
of
much
Twilight.
meterage as possible. Like this actually ends up looking really good for us because Landon's in a really difficult, he's in a difficult situation, but he gets to live. And then to be fair to KSA, like it's so hard for him to do shit here, you know.
It was just,
Like just
yeah.
needs to, I mean, this is really good, like the backline, like what we're doing to them effectively. And maybe case like maybe there is a hope for this, but at the end of the day, like if Landon gets to press Q, then it's just lost, you know.
Well, it's for
But
power
it's
of the
like
symbol, right? Because like in this
Yeah.
situation, Kev can't really do more. He's got like both backliners on him, and he's separated completely. Like, you know, like if I'm Junkbuck here, I'm like, this is a terrible fucking formation for us to be in. You know, that my supports are peeling on the other side of the map. But the problem is the symbol just means the fact that this front line has no heals. It doesn't mean anything. Like he can't do anything with it. You know. And KSA's gonna fly in, but he's already still like half HP. He just killed Checkmate actually.
Yeah. So I mean, we do make it work, and then it just becomes like another situation where we really need to like we need to go first here, you know, like we need to apply as like much pressure to their like exactly what we did before with Landon, where we stop him getting in. We need to do the same thing here, but.
Well, what would always kill us on London is like if we lose to fucking Nano or we lose to like Nano Blade or whatever, like it's kind of like it happens. It's when we start losing the fights just to a fucking nade or something, or just to like someone dies to nothing. That's when it starts to feel like it really gets away from us. Zia's gonna go force point. Kev's
Like I think right
it.
now, like I would have already wanted like some sort of like pressure timing on their backline, you know.
Just even like an early
again,
nade or something, or like
yeah,
somewhere around
like
here
if
when
the
they
D.Va
walk in
touches
here.
point, if just Sky can do it, I want to fight now. I want to like. I
Well,
know
Sky
they
should
have
be
beam,
fine
but
for it as well, right? Because Sky can drop
Yeah,
here
like,
and Twilight can pocket him. It should be really.
yeah. And then what I would want is like venture D.Va Soj in here. You can get free nades if D.Va's on point, you know. But again, their
Yeah.
backline, they've like, I mean, they've again, like to be fair to this team, they play well. Like really, like I mean, Junkbuck is just the best coach in the world of all time. Like, like it's like so unquestionable. Because the way they do the step by step, it's just like perfect, right? Like it's just like D.Va touch point, backlines chill.
Yeah.
We react to D.Va, they walk in, now they get the ult. So whatever you say, like they play really well. Like they play their comp to its win conditions really solid. But there was also like 2 or 3 timings where we needed to not let them do this, you know. But then now it gets a little bit more tricky. Now their D.Va takes space. Now it feels hard. I mean, now our position is just unbelievably compromised. Like we're all across the map. But again, I just haven't seen us fucking like do
anything.
too much, you know.
But it's also
We're
like by the time the overclock goes as well, the team's grouped up in Ray again. So now all of a sudden, Ziad just marks this entire overclock, right? But if this happens while Ziad's touching point, then what are they doing about the overclock, right? Like, just dodging. Then they're probably over-ulting for this, really, but it's just like, just cap. Look to manages to die to the bomb. Okay, so he gets frozen. Need Kevster to do God's work here. Win a 1, like, 2v4. And to be fair, actually, if Kevster found that kill, maybe there's, like, a winnable chance, but, yeah. And now this is just really awkward because of a C9.
Yeah, like if we had like the full, like if we finish the map, then it's fine. But it's like this is now, like they can really just play to farm ults, you know, and we need to be like unbelievably flawless right now.
Get like a nice kill here, a quick reset. I think like in this part of the map is actually still really good for dive. Like once you start to get past here, it gets a little bit trickier. But this part here, I think, is actually really broken for it.
Yeah.
Mainly just because of the Ana position. So yeah, it's going to get D-Max in spawn. Have Nano, have Rally. Just a classic. Should be a one and
yeah,
done
I mean it's doable, right? Yeah. Like it's not impossible. Like you said, like our positioning is pretty good for our comp here.
Nade hits, Nano goes in, Landon dies.
Yeah. So, I don't know, maybe there's an argument that given the ult circumstance, we basically can't play to go first with ults. Like we just have to like 1-for-1 trade everything. Because if we give them like too many dry fights, you can't win.
Yeah.
But at the same time, feels like we're gaining a bit of momentum, a little bit of pressure. They're not like they farmed the shit there, you know.
Yeah, I guess there's also like now the matchup's just different, right? It's kind of just a version of the mirror. It's kind of just you're not having to worry about any of this, like, and that's always a hard thing, right? If a team just changes comp, remembering to like change the play style and all the stuff you were just like problem solving the previous 2 points is now actually all slightly different. But it's still a fine ult. Like they're gonna have blades, you're gonna have rally. You're also gonna have overclock, like everything's okay. Like 1 minute 20 seconds, really Qadsiah, like the pressure's on them more than you almost, I think. It's just like this is actually this is what we call a London situation, I believe. Whereas when they do this hold, you're running when you're on the attack, you're on Zarya and a Zen. Presumably the ultimate bully the diva out of position comp. Yet somehow KSA loses that trade and dies here. The situation is now reversed. You guys have the same hold that they do, but somehow KSA also gets demeched first here, you know? Like, how are both things? Both things seem to be true.
And then it gets worse in our 1 second.
Yeah.
It continues to, and then
Kev's
we end up throwing our ults. Yeah, we use free ults. Yeah, none of them even close. And then they get to. I mean, they don't even have to use an ult to break it. And then it's just cooked.
Yeah.
60 seconds remaining.
And now they have 5 ults to press on point.
Yeah.
Kai
I mean,
has
to be
to
fair
hit
in this
almighty
situation,
overclock.
yeah. Like if we had more of the map to play in, then you can maybe clutch it because you can set up good. But actually, realistically, they're probably full capping anyway. So even if we don't see 9, it's at best an overtime situation. But so maybe this map was like it was just this was maybe the least close of the map, even though we're here in overtime right now. But
yeah, nade's good, but like timing's slightly off between Kev and KSA. Like when the nade lands, then they're gonna rally KSA on point. They deal with Kev's star. Maybe Kai could have gone for something fucking crazier, but also asking so much anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and go back because we completed the map now, so now the risk of going back. The double gamble. Triple gamble! Actually, some maps, I feel like some replays are actually just fine as well. There's like no way to tell which ones are fine and which ones are not fine. But some of them are just fine. But the only way to find out is like trial and error. Because this is the one that I feel like, this is the one that feels like a free retake situation.
I would say so.
It's just something like that, right? Like KSA just kind of tries to fly on Landon in what has to be like one of the more optimistic get a kill attempts.
Yeah, I mean, if
just...
there's a like in the fight previous, Kev was with him and there was a nade, so it.
Yeah.
But that's it, you know. Like it's just no synergy there type thing.
Yeah. So then when KSA does that, all of a sudden, no one's got naded, no one's actually taken any pressure or anything like this. So all of a sudden, Qadsiah do the exact right thing, right? Of like, actually, this isn't just KSA like wasting his cooldown. This is like we can actually punish him for this. And you see Haku is immediately in his face, disruptor shots in him as well. And again, because it's all happened before any real trade has happened, everyone in Qadsiah has every cooldown to throw at KSA here as well. If anything, that's probably almost maybe like... That's one of the things that maybe happened most consistently when it was just like a neutral would go so badly, either through like a magic pick or just like lose the tank HP trade, and then all of a sudden your ult economy's just fucked for a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Like good money after bad situation is my favorite consumer would say. And it just happens once or twice on every map, but the maps are close enough to where that once or twice kills you, you know?
Well, yeah, it's like it feels less bad for you, but then also if you look at it from like are Qadsiah and Virtus Pro making these mistakes? No, or at least nowhere near as often, right? So then it's like it becomes no surprises for guessing who wins the series in those situations.
Yeah.
Who the fuck said it originally? I think it was me. I think I coined the phrase.
Okay, when was you, man?
All right. You know, I was watching Korea earlier.
Uh-huh.
I think ZETA are actually fucked, which is maybe not the crazy hottest take. That
Wait,
ZETA,
how long you been streaming? You been streaming all day?
like 4 hours maybe now.
Oh shit, you've been on the grind.
Yeah. Well, you know, Korea tomorrow, so I thought I'd start by watching a little bit of the Korea games. Though I feel like they're actually not super helpful because Falcons played ZETA in the like playoffs group stage, and they just played like just Zarya everywhere, right, guys? Zarya everywhere, right? Yeah, we'll do a Zarya mirror, and then fucking Wei played Crazy Raccoon, and for whatever reason, I don't know how fucking Moon has managed this. I mean, I know he's charismatic, but he somehow convinced Wayne that the best thing for them to do all series is we're just going to play Bull, Tracer, Sombra into fucking Crazy Raccoon for 3 maps in a row.
It was so close to though, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like
respectable,
awful,
really respectable.
In a way, the decision is maybe almost fine too. You know, like.
There's maybe like
Yeah.
I feel like there's also like a coy like because I also felt like their bans were also just like that as well. It's like these guys aren't planning to do anything except just fucking keep playing the ball, are they?
Yeah.
But then I was like, this is the Asia playoffs where they know they're guaranteed like what? Because if they beat Crazy Raccoon, right, it's actually what you then have to do is beat Crazy Raccoon twice in a week, in like twice in the space of 10 days. So it's like, should we just do this? Don't worry about it too much. We'll go through second in the group, and then we'll take the playoffs as they are. Like, what's the not quite sandbagging, you know, but I think quite happy not to not to worry too much about the series. Like, I think we got the same in America, right? In like the grand finals, where both teams were quite happy just to be like, if we just Winston and Lucio, it's probably fine, right? Like, whatever, you know. I don't think we got like a what would you call like a full effort. Like, not as if like the players weren't trying, but I don't think it was like it wasn't like it wasn't a sweaty draft, I guess is the best way to say it, you know? Like
it's like when Newcastle played Liverpool in the league, Slot was saying he was like, yeah, I was a bit fucking surprised that they didn't like do their normal pressing system or doing this, and he's like, yeah, but I'm also aware that they're playing us in the League Cup final, so it's possible that this wasn't like their full look, you know?
Yeah. So I think there's a big element of that, but I think my worry for ZETA is like because I don't necessarily buy into. I feel like this Zarya meta or whatever, like all the Zarya, it only exists in a team that have two very strict. We can only play off-tank players. Whereas I feel like
I mean, we tried it a little bit. I'll tell you that much, and I agree with you. I think somewhere it's like when teams play Winston.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think the comp itself isn't bad. It has a lot of like reasons why it's good. Like the ults are really strong. Like there's like insane synergy. Like you can get neutral value, especially if you have a really good Genji player. I think you can get pretty good neutral value most of the time. So I don't think the comp is necessarily trash, but I also agree if you play against a team that's got the Winston swap, then I think it's a little bit more tricky.
So yeah, so I think essentially what will happen is Zarya will probably get very little playtime in ZETA versus Crazy Raccoon, and mainly it'll probably be D.Va. But then I still feel like Crazy Raccoon have already sort of demonstrated like 4-2 victory in the grand finals of Korea. Now they're really okay with that, you know. They've shown that they can beat the Malga comp that ZETA played fairly consistently as well. So then I'm like, okay, ZETA maybe can't win Crazy Raccoon, okay? But you can still go to China. You can not beat Crazy Raccoon and you can still go to China. But then what you have to do is you have to beat Falcons. And even though it was like a 3-2, so it feels kind of dogfighty, when I watched it back, I was like, actually, Hanbin is like substantially better. Like there's a notable difference between the Zarya, and I think there's like a notable difference in terms of how good the teams are at the comp. So it's like their best option is to get better at the Zarya in a week. which is possible, right? Like it's, you know, like these things can happen, but I don't think like compositionally, ZETA are maybe backed into a corner a little bit where their only options comp wise are we need to get better at the Diva into Winston and we need to get better in Bazari Mirror to like get a way out here. They don't have like a unique look anymore, I guess. You know, like when they had their success, you know, when they played for Malga and all of a sudden it was like, fuck, no one can beat it. Suddenly they get to be in the driving seat in a lot of these matchups. I feel like that's now not going to be the case this weekend. Have we recorded another Uncoachable? No. Unfortunately, we're all just all too busy. Social butterflies. I reckon we should try and record one next week. I don't know how you feel about that. Like after the Asia playoffs and we've got like 6 of our teams locked in.
I mean, listen, I have nothing going on. So we can.
Don't say it like that, Chris. People have been telling me the light behind your eyes is gone.
My schedule is freed up significantly.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, you know who's going to be the hardest one to lock down? It's going to be young Maxwell.
I mean, this guy had no job and you still couldn't get him to record on Coachable. Now he's actually got something to do. You just like, just forget it, mate. You know, like it's just.
But yeah, I think we'll probably try and do it next week. I think it should be possible. Oh, someone asked why TU are not playing Saudi League. I guess you just don't have. Who do you have? Is it just KSI?
It was just yeah. I mean, yeah. It was a little bit awkward to do. I think. I don't know, I think it's possible we do.
Because they changed the limit to 2, right? Like yeah, which makes it like way more possible.
By the time they changed it, it was just a little bit. Yeah, it was a little bit too late to get things cooking. But I think it's possible in the future we play it.
All right. Are you playing Pugs now?
Yeah. Are you gonna play or are you gonna sleep?
No. Go to sleep.
Not sleep. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fucking good, mate.
I mean, my sleep schedule is often a little bit awry, but I mean, I don't know if it's actually better for me because I actually try and like I fuck my sleep over the weekend and then I hit like just a hard normal sleep pattern for 4 days before fucking it again. But I don't know if that's actually if a yo-yoing is worse than just like committing to it being fucked. We'll find out when I cop an early death at the age of like fucking 40. Bed on 9. Yeah, I mean to be fair, these next few weeks won't be so bad because it's just gonna be Korea. It's gonna be like Korea and then China, and that's really fine. Because then it's just I just wake up and do some streaming in the morning. No problem. All right, I'm gonna go sort some dinner and then do some bits. Good luck in Pugs, mate. I see there's actually people joining the voice channel now, so I don't really know exactly. People are cracking on, it seems. I think it's open for like 6 hours. So I'll catch you.
Okay. I'll see you there, mate, okay?
All right, in a bit.
Take it easy.
All right, for everyone else, you guys are pugging now. Yeah, go enjoy the pugs if you're in the club. If you're in the club, you know. That's starting now. Is it Thursday of the beta? The beta's open for this week. It's going to be open Thursday to Sunday. Same time every day, I think, from 6 CET, I should say. So go get involved. Should be a lot of fun. Let me know how it is as well, because obviously I've been told, I've seen the presentations, I've been pitched the system, but it'd be nice to hear from people actually playing in it, how it is for everyone. I'm going to go get myself some food, make sure I'm ready for the weekend. I'll be back tomorrow morning, because we've got the Asia playoffs. It's quite the day. As you can imagine, it's quite the day fucking scheduled, because it's the top 4 teams, and this is to qualify for China, so the stakes can't be higher. Can't be higher. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta tomorrow and Falcons versus Way tomorrow. So I'll see you all. For you, Folded, where can I find the China schedule? I don't know if it's like anywhere official, but the like Swiss system is this weekend, or the Swiss qualifier. They've got 1 billion teams though. And then I think there's going to be another round robin type stage next weekend, but the official broadcast for China, like the actual regular season of OWCS, that will start on the 27th on a Thursday, and they'll be like, I don't know what channel it'll be on, but it'll be on one of the Overwatch official channels as well, and I'll be co-streaming it as well. So that's when it like kicks off properly. So like 27th, then that whole weekend, I think 27th is a Thursday, and then the weekend afterwards is when they do the playoffs and stuff. All right, so I'm gonna love you and leave you. Find somebody to raid. Let's see who's streaming. Pack streaming. Time streaming. Yeah, maybe Time actually. Haven't raided Time in a while. All right, I'll send you guys to Time. I'll see everyone else tomorrow. Bright and early for Asia, okay? Bright and early. 8 a.m. start UK time. Don't want to miss it. I'll see you all tomorrow, guys.